New technologies can be developed based on this new, superconductive, gold-like element, primarily in power and electronics. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
Oh my gosh, my microphone has been really terrible this whole time. I thought I had set that. Oh well. Hello there! Welcome. Good morning. I'm Uncommon, and you're definitely watching me not fumble around at all. Let's put an organization container. Yeah. Just fill you up. Fill this bad boy up for a minute. Oh, no. Fill this bad boy up at full speed, please. We always end up with so much more, we always end up with so much more Caterium than I expect. Like, than we'll ever need. We're gonna have so much quickwire, it's gonna fill it faster than any box we have. It's definitely coming back at 60, if not 120. I don't remember the ratio, so maybe not, but... Alright, we have enough ore. We needed 50. In fact, this storage container is kind of pointless. Let's get rid of it. Get rid of that last belt so we don't deal with it later. Alright. Research. Caterium. Now we research the ingots. Get rid of some of the overflow. Now we research the quick wire. We can't currently afford it because we need to make 50 ingots. Which, you know, if I had let the storage container stay for a minute, we might have. So it looks like it's a 2-to-1 ratio in the handcrafting at least. 3-to-1? It looked like it might have been 3-to-1. Let's get 150 of this. There we go. And 50. 50 ingots real quick. Well, that way we can tear all this down and just focus on building the quick wire. You know what? Let's make it. Let's think about what a factory looks like. Okay. We've got an input and output, and I want to be able to walk around in it. I kind of my easy definition, right? So when we have this belt, maybe we're not going to put it on the first tile. Maybe we're going to scoot it back to the second. I think that's a fair process. So, 50 Caterium. Is this going to take more than 3 seconds? It won't. Quick wire. Quick wire is kind of the requirement for smart splitters, which is why we're down here in the first place. Well, let's think about it. This is going to be a output belt. If I wanted to walk in, we'd have, let's say, a little bit of architecture. Hello there, Taylor. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. We are ourselves having a good old time. Factory satisfactorying. Alright, so let's say this is the area I'm going to walk in. This is going to be a door. Maybe even put the door back one. Hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday. That is, I guess because that's the day it is. I guess no better reason. Have a fantastic whatever day it is day. Alright, so we take this down here, and if we're gonna go this way and kind of keep an open floor. Do we need to get down here and start shopping? We might want to. How would we do it otherwise? At 120, oh, now we can see how many we need. But 120, coming in, it's actually only 3. Okay. And it's only going to produce at 45 per minute on the other side. So not a whole lot, actually, is going to come out of this. Okay, that's fine. Nothing to complain about here, Taylor. Nothing to complain about here. Just playing great video games. So I want to come in here. I guess we'll see production smelter working. We can see the final products coming out if I do this. And that lets us put the merger down here. And we're just gonna, it's just 3. And give them their own square. Me, I am 100% retired. I finished out a military career last August, so full-time streamer, but you know, for the fun of it. We can do Mark 1 belts out of here, because we're only merger. Is this not the output? What's going on? It's not the output. Okay, I turned them around. That is the correct way. Okay. Alright, so that'll see us getting the products out of here. Pow! Alright. Nope. Yes? Yeah, no, that's what we want. Drop another power line over here. And we've got, let's call it a line there that we can now connect over to this thing. Perfect, perfect. I did 20 years. I did 20 years before getting out. 6.5 in the Air Force, and then we're going the right way. Yep, and then another 13.5 in the Army. Yeah, that lines up nicely. And these are all Mark IIs, right? That's all you gotta do. That's fair. Yep, I am 38. I would say I was 37 when I retired, but I'm 38 now. I got a nice early start. If I turn that on, will that start producing? It's producing. Alright, let's take down this tree. Alright, so Caterium, let's put down a constructor and see kind of what the quick wire takes. It's just what, a 1. It takes 12 per minute to make 60 per minute. Oh, jeez. Alright, so we really aren't going to be able to support very many of these. So this essentially, we could output, and this is where I always remember having more quick wire than we could maintain. Well, I appreciate it. I have been told I'm young for my age. Thank you, Taylor. Unless you mean the other way, and I just look real old, because that would be the first time I've ever heard it. So quick wire. One ingot produces 5 quick wire. We're producing 45 ingots at a time right now. Which is to say we're going to take in 12 per minute. That's going to be 24 times. So we can make 4 of these machines, which will produce at 240 per minute. But we don't have the belts for that. We couldn't possibly make use of it either. I don't even think Quickwire is like it feels almost entirely optional. It's just a slightly higher electrical wire, slightly higher level of cables. So we'll give it a block, and we'll throw down, I think we just throw down the 4, because that's a factory, and we only come back and we'll only have to worry about belts later. So we say splitter it, right? If I had thought about it, maybe we would have flipped this whole thing 180. And so that these were coming out on the side I'm sending on now rather than going in. Because they're going to come out on the other side. And we're going to have to wrap them around. And what we can do here for like the last time is mark 1 belts in. I do want to bring 120 back. If we have to make a couple runs for, excuse me, mark 2 belts. That's what we'll do. So let's go ahead and configure these for quick wire. By the way, John, good morning. Hope you're having a good day. Anything spectacular? I don't understand what you're saying about the game, but I really like your voice. Thank you. This game itself is just a series of machines and factories, and if I was doing it right, spreadsheets. What we're essentially doing is we've farmed a new resource. We're going to smelt that into an ingot. We're going to take that ingot and we're going to make it into quick wire. That quick wire is a material that's going to be used down the line in other buildings, another tech. That's going to enable us to do a lot of really cool things. In fact, really cool things. Let's check out over here. Is there anything I'm missing? Because this was... zip lines are fun. Once we get some quick wire going, there's some other trees. So we're going to have to look at this before we go. Now, all of this, now that I'm looking at it, needs to be on a Mark II belt. Or at least the this middle line does. And we're going to plug this in to a storage container. We'll give ourselves some more room here. Organization, storage container. Yeah, there we go. Make sure that's a Mark II. I really don't like how this belt responds when it's there, so we're gonna pull it out, give it the old 90-degree turn, right? And then we'll drop down the storage container. Because we're at the point now where we're gonna have to start making things look good. And that could be a challenge if we're not careful. Alright, this is all set to quick wire, but it needs power. So we'll run a bunch of power lines. And that should get all of them processing. Not a gaming person, but my younger brother's playing a gamer a lot. Oh. Well, that's alright. Well, thanks for hanging out either way. Caterium. Which, you know, we're then gonna take out at full speed. I, unfortunately, am not so fortunate to not be a gamer. This has been my, almost my identity for about as long as I can remember. Get this. Can we like make this look good, or am I kind of screwed here? I guess we make like a 45-degree turn here. We can make that look good. I kind of want this, I want to wait like 1 minute so I get enough Caterium to do research and see what we're missing. Because there might be something to build off of this factory off of the other 120 per minute we can't possibly get back. So let's go put our man back down. Here. I see you. You're going to stay in there for now, buddy. Build up. In fact, they're probably building up in here if I'm being... Yeah, okay, we don't need to do this. We can let things continue to go. We just gotta pull out of the machines that are unable to move. And that's enough. Let's go check our man. Let's go check the research. AKP Griff, efficiency pretty good. But we're super early on, so it's hard to screw that up right now. As to say, we are... there we are. AI limiters. That's a thing we want researching. We need the copper plates on us, which are our back. So this is our goal. AI limiters are something we'll probably handcraft for a little bit. We get our smart splitters going, and we'll get that sync set up. Hey, you have a good day too, Taylor. Thanks for stopping by. Mark II, all the belts that I didn't Mark II. So essentially, on efficiency, we're getting a pretty okay start. It could be better, and it's really going to depend on how well we transition to the mid game, and what we do with logistics. And if we can do that well, we're gonna have a grand old time with our efficiency. And we did start in the grassy plains, so we're dealing with, you know, low resource counts, so we're having to travel some good distances to bring things in. And we're hoping to stay here until we get to trains, and then how we handle that, I think, will greatly determine our overall efficiency. But right now, you know, we're using everything a miner can produce, throwing it into large storage containers, and going on to the next thing. I kind of want to make sure when the time comes. This is something I've been putting some thought to, because we're going to have to answer the question. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to have to just take this back a step. Mark II belt, right? That should go. Oh, we didn't get it the right way. 8E. Make sure this is Mark II. We rotate in. There we go. Make sure that's a Mark II. Goes into there. Yeah, the wonderful early grind. Exactly. We're getting all the stuff put into all the stuff. And we definitely didn't build ourselves into a box, right? Meh. It's Mark I belt, that's fine. Really? Are screws not, are we putting out screws too fast? That's a completely saturated belt, or an almost completely saturated belt? But it is a fantastic start, though. I've done this. Oh, that's the wrong. I've done this so many times. That's the wrong hole. That hole. You do that grind the first time. The first time you play Satisfactory, you end up getting several hours in and restarting. Several hours in and restarting. I'm hoping we're past that point. We won't have to restart, constantly. But we'll see. We'll see how smoothly this goes. Ah, we gotta plug that in over here. I'll give you a quick tour, if you'd like, because we ain't got that much of it done. This is a conveyor lift. We're gonna have to. You know what? Let's just cheat. That's a Mark I. We need a Mark II for this. Actually, we need a storage container first. Mark II. That whole storage container will be replaced. There we go. I like coming in from the top here. We're gonna do some work here with those smart splitters and a resource sink before too long. But this is kind of what we set up yesterday. We good? We're getting it? We're getting it at full pace. Alright, cool. We'll come back and look at that in a bit. So we got our storage hub up. Completely capable of fitting every material in the game. Whether or not we fill this thing and move on is a question. Before maybe we end up setting up something else later, but wanted to go ahead and make it 40 deep. Yeah, lots of space, and that's a big mistake I've learned in the past. I hope to do a few things here, like if I take this top storage container and make it a Mark II logistics container, then I can do some smart splitting and dump chest stuff down here. Up top, I can do smart splitters and resource sinks over there for all the overflow once these chests start to fill up. And from here is kind of the central point for what I think the game plan is. You'll notice we came down from a long bus that way, and I plan to have one going both east and west. Let's see. Yeah, both east and west along the map, and then feed factories into those until we ideally hit trains. And then I want to figure out a way to take the overflow here and put it on a logistics network. I want to call it a dynamic logistics network, so that all of this production is ever wasted. But I got to think through that problem a little more. So, like, here, one second. Fun feature here. We set up this camera the other day. Let's see if we can get the whiteboard going. Ah, I did something to the whiteboard, didn't I? When I made the browser scene. Yep, sir, I did. All right, one second. Yeah, that's the thing I want. But I want it in place. In the right space. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and transform it, block around. Yeah, I was using this scene to set up another scene earlier, and it just got me. Huh. Oop, smack that. Why don't I? And we'll stretch it out a bit. Alright, so this is going to help me visualize what I'm working on now, too, so. You think I'd have my... Oh, there it is. Oh, damn. The camera's nice and tight. I bumped my head against it twice. Alright. So we've got this hub. And as you can see, we've got like a big bus line going out where I've got, you know, factories, and they're pulling in from local resource nodes. And then they're hitting this main hub storage container. And I think that's the theory behind expanding this until we hit trains, right? So we're going to find ourselves with a whole bunch of factories, you know, out in the world with little resource hubs, right? Doing all their work. And when we interject trains to this, we have to kind of zoom out and look at the rest of the world, because I think this works. When you say hub, do you mean the hub or the actual building? No, I'm kind of using them interchangeably. I'd call it the center point, or the storage. Just this area here. The hub is literally just to my left. You could probably see it if I move the camera just a bit. It's hanging out right over there. I do think this works, and I could probably do this for the whole game. It just gets zoomed out bigger and bigger. But at one point, trains are great. So what I think the hub then becomes is a much smaller part of the world, right? And it's going to have a lot of resources that I'm using for construction, but I would like to overflow onto a larger central train system. So we can have a train station, say here, probably a massive train station, a first massive set of train stations, probably something significantly larger than this hub, right? Where we can start injecting materials onto that I think only exist on the train. And I'm working a theory here, and I wanted to do this before. Of course, you know, this is going to be a bidirectional 2-line train system. I draw that direction. With stops, you know, going off and around and back on and back off, and on each of these larger factories, where each of these larger factories kind of looks like a hub, kind of looks like our hub, has smaller factories feeding into them, keeping materials going on this large train loop. And I don't think, once they're on the train loop, I don't know if I want them to ever, like, come off and just hang out somewhere. Like, there's no need for me to take plates, you know, that are sitting here and dump them off in some other big train station, which, you know, I'm sure we will have. I kind of want to be able to sit down, make a new factory, like, you know, a new one of these, and say it's like computers. So I'm going to have a big computer factory. I'm going to put a train station in there that's just going to request all the parts for computers. And theoretically, I'll have a train for every part, or multiple trains for every part. So I'll have a plates train, I'll have a rods train, and they're going to come in, they're going to drop off their materials, and then on the other side, you know, on the output, we'll have, you know, computers being put back onto its own train, and now we have a computers train all on this one giant loop that is going to span the entire map. And I've tried to do that before in a much earlier game, and I think I tangled it up a bit. I think I tangled it up a bit But I like the idea of just a massive train dumping off plates at all the places that request plates. And then when we run out of plates, we just have to build more and dump either a new train on it or call the train to pick it up. So, you know, plate drop off, plate pickup. I think this is going to be amazing. I think it's going to work. I just got to not tangle it. I did in the previous save, I think maybe where I stumbled was I was transporting raw ore. And that raw ore was being taken to a large smelting facility where, you know, so we had trains that were just like iron ore, deuterium ore, copper ore. We were moving those raw materials and then picking them up from there and then delivering them. I think we skipped that step and we just smelt everything on site like we kind of have been. We only make final products. We don't move ingots. I think moving ingots might be the mistake. But the complex thing is that's still, you know, well, not 40 items, but 36 building items that are going to probably be on this train. And maybe not all of them are required for, you know, the construction of, say, a computer. But at some point, those computers, let's say you never build with computers again and they're a final product, they still need to be dropped off some kind of final hub, whether it's this original location or some mega factory. But that's kind of the idea. And I'm probably going to pull the whiteboard out pretty consistently and redraw that over and over and over so I can visualize it and understand it. It could be. And it could be that it could be an incredibly busy train track, and I might need to make it a quadruple train track. It might need to be even bigger, double-deckered, top layer, bottom layer. And where I get this idea is from Dyson Sphere program. I loved hitting their logistics stations. When those things finally came into play, I was able to dump everything onto this logistics network that just kind of existed, right? And I could just plop down a tower, call things in, and put things back into it, like call things off the network, put things back on the network. And I think we can do that here. It's just going to be a little more complex. It's going to be a lot of materials floating around on trains and not sitting in storage. So we'll see. We'll see. How many chuggas before the choo-choo? I know it's, let's see, chugga, 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 chugga. 4. It's 4 chuggas before the choo-choo. That's what I was thinking about while you were explaining your idea. Yeah, well, it's going to be busy. And is it possible? And, you know, it's going to be a scale thing. And I think looking at this base here, if I can get a good height. In fact, I like this tower. Let's move it a little closer because we're kind of shifting away from our starter base. Production, I think, is under organization. It's under organization. I think what we can do, as long as we're thinking vertical, as long as we're thinking big enough, right? We can slide trains into this, like on the top layer. We can build up, and we could have, you know, this could be a train line. This could be a train line. We could have a train line over here. You know, however many it takes, we can run trains through here to unload the materials. And again, not even that they're that many. Like we could totally never touch this because we're only touching like impure and normal nodes over here. We could set up a plate factory on a handful of pure nodes and just make infinite plates, right? But we'll see. I say infinite, but some of the things later on require a lot of stuff. All right, so we did get a Caterium. Let's start the Caterium research. Let's get that moving. We'll dump off all our organics over here. We'll get rid of the pure Caterium ore. I think that's all the organics. And we'll go ahead and grab ourselves. One thing we didn't do. Make sure it's marked 2, and there we go. Which means all of it's kind of in there. I'm surprised with all my chatter, and that's not more. Is there a Mark 1 belt somewhere stuttering the whole thing? I guess I wasn't talking for 10 minutes. Chattering. Alright. So we want to get down to here. We're going to need copper tubing. We can start that. We got copper tubing over here. And copper products are the next factory. We've already got one in the starter factory. That's right over... By the way, was this Caterium we didn't, like, break off? I mean, there's no way we could have done everything with this one rock, right? Yeah, there's no way. There's only 27 there. We have everything going over here with the starter factory. This was the first place we built. But now we're kind of expanding on that hub idea and using more resources. There's actually, I think there's only like 3 copper nodes in this entire biome, so we're about to use them all. We're about to pull all of them to a central copper factory. Let's see. Have they added any sort of logic system like Factorio? No logic system that I'm aware of. I think that's one level of complexity beyond what they were looking for. There are trucks. We can program those, and those are good for short distance things. Usually started using those around, was it coal or oil? It was oil. I started transporting plastics with it. It's usually when I get into trucks. Let's see, started another playthrough first time since update 5. I think I played experimental 8. I toyed around with 7, but 5 was my big playthrough too. I don't think there's anything like Logibots or LTNs. There are no such things like that. No, there are aerial bots that just act like trucks. They transport, you know, small to medium quantities of things over distance through the air. Those are fun. Never made it there actually. All right, cool. AI limiters. We just have to make, you know, like 20 smart splitters. We're gonna need some AI limiters. Programmable splitter. I've not seen a programmable splitter. I know the smart splitter. I need to make it down there. Power switch is fine. All right. Let's see what it takes to make the 10 AI limiters. We're actually just going to want to add to a to-do list. Edit that to-do list. Clear everything else that we have. We're not only going to make the 10. We need one for every line. And we can start with, you know, a handful. We'll come back over here for all the quick wire, I guess. Copper sheets, quick wire. We're fine on copper sheets, actually. This is completely okay. We just need 600 quick wire, which pull from there, we'll pull from there. We don't need 600 of them, but we don't need 600. We did not to do what we're doing right now, at least. Yeah, limiters. So we'll make the 10. Oh, hey, I'm sitting on some ingots. These actually handcrafted really quickly, considering they're a 1-to-5 ratio. Oh, thank you for the follow, Griff. It's been nice chatting with you so far. So I thought the puppy was trying to sneak a pine cone into the house. But when I pulled it out of her mouth, it turned out to be a turd. I had to get ready for work. Looking forward to seeing things evolve. Hey, thank you, man. Enjoy work. Hope to see you again. We don't need that many limiters. All right, we're probably gonna need some quick wire on the side for this, aren't we? Oh, it's the plates. We got those. Comes like, oh right, other people work. That's true. I forget what the struggle's like sometimes. Hey. Very cool, very cool, very cool. All right. This is going to let us build these. And these unlock our storage containers' full potential. Now, let's say I just want to have 20 smart splitters. It's the AI limiters that are one of the bottlenecks. One of those is quick wire, which is currently limiting. We can make rotors. We have to make rotors by hand and then AI limiters. Okay, cool, cool. We can do all that. So, rotors are simply, well, I guess a material we have plenty of. We're full on. More of those. Let's sort our inventory. I think it's about enough. We'll make 30 rotors out of that. Alright. We have been hesitating on getting rotors going for some time. We might actually just, we should do rotors now. We should at least put up a small rotor factory. Before the copper. Only thing that makes me hesitate about the rotor factory is I'd be using those normal nodes behind us that are producing free tickets. Because they're all just going into sinks right now. Hey, a couple messages. Oh. Just need 40 of you. And a handful of you. Five more. And this won't come into play immediately. But we're going to get it set up. So, what does this look like? Well, we've got 2 blocks. I like having a block for kind of walking through. So we come over here. We set up a hotkey. Let's call that 6. And we throw smart splitters on each of these. And looking at it now, we're going to want to go downstairs and create a bunch of storage containers so we can line up all of these walls, all 20 of them. And then we'll program the splitters. Let's get this going. So I'm gonna have to essentially set up all of the escalators, the conveyor lifts, yeah, like this, and have them available so we can start running those conveyor belts into them. Of course, getting those lined up, a lot of fun. Probably better if I, yep, use a guideline. We just go one above. And yeah, this is one of the reasons I didn't pick up those conveyor floor holes. Because you can just go through the floors. It don't matter. And usually they look tidy enough that, you know, again, that it doesn't matter. Then back on the other side, because we're going to want to program all, we're going to get all this going. Just I wouldn't call it the tedious work, but the work. A work of click, 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 drag, click, click, drag, click. The repetitiveness. There we go. Probably repetitiveness is a better word. Like, I just got to do this 40 times. And after that, it's going to be great. This is a great setup. You just got to set it up 40 times. It'll work infinitely. Now, of course, because we're 20 wide here, there are other problems. We'll talk about that in a minute. It's going to be the throughput of belt speed. Because even once everything overflows, dunking, you know, we're going to be combining belts a bunch. So dunking everything on the belts we have available right now is only going to be dunking at 120 speed. 120 per minute. It's not the end of the world. It's something we can totally do. In fact, while we're at it, how much cookware? How many more limiters can we make? I wouldn't mind getting all 40 up right now, never having to touch it again. So we could also split it 10, 10, 10, 10, and have 4 of these machines running over there. Let's edit that to-do list. Let's say we want 36, because I think we've got a few over there. Smart splitters. We're going to need rotors and AI limiters, and AI limiters are made. With the plates we just picked up and the smart wire we just picked up. I think 20 of these brings us to 20... Yeah, we'll have enough AI limiters. Okay. And rotors, 43 more. Yeah, actually 43 more is all we need. So we've got enough materials on us to make all the AI limiters and rotors we need for all the smart splitters for the entire line. Then we'll grab a couple reinforced iron plates to make everything Mark II. At least once we're set up. All right. Rotors. Got it. Got it. These are not hard to hand make. I don't need them in the quantities, but man, when we start getting to some, when we first get to trains, the handcrafting's a bit crazy. I want to say it's like computers, and you know, do we go out and spend a whole day on a computer factory? Maybe, and then we get to have trains, or do we handcraft computers for 30 minutes, and then we get to have trains? Of course, all this comes because we're doing a lot of refactoring and not a lot of advancing our tech tree. Which, fortunately, we get to do because we spent a lot of time on power. Which I wonder how we're doing. Alright. So, smart splitters all the way across. So let's get those, and then we'll come back and start routing above. And we're just going to keep using Mark I belts for now. I just need them physically here. We'll upgrade them as materials prove to need them. Okie dokie. Foundry had dedicated mining day, so I started to get dedicated handcrafting rotors day. Yeah, I mean, just depends on how badly you want to see trains. Are we gonna wait another day, or are we gonna handcraft everything to build them? Really, if I have to spend a whole day handcrafting rotors, something's wrong. Rotors should take... A rotor factory won't even take that long. We're just stalling. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Now, if we really wanted to, halfway through we could start coming over here. If we were worried about the throughput coming into it. But all right, into the center, anything. Into the right, overflow. Completely done. Now we can just paste all these. I say completely done. There's more steps. I don't know what the word completely means. Okie dokie. So what's next? Mergers. Going that way. And then... Oh. One more. Which, how do I want to do this? I guess we just go up with it like we did everything else. So, overflow goes up. This one goes over. Overflow goes... Wow, okay. So it goes over. Overflow up. Over. Overflow up. Over. Those aren't Mark II belts. Now the ones that especially need to be Mark IIs are these out here. The rest we can suffer. And if you can tell, I have done this design a couple of times. First time I did something similar, I was trying to drop off a lot of a train of mixed parts. We need more. We need more plates. Essentially, a train of mixed parts. I was moving my whole hub over. We could probably just take a bunch. I was just trying to move hubs to a mega base, right? And so I put everything from all these containers onto a train and started moving it across. And on the other side, I used a bunch of smart splitters to essentially filter things into storage containers, just like they are here. It worked well enough. Probably wouldn't do that way again. And as soon as we have Mark IIIs, right, these become Mark IIIs. You can see nothing's actually at capacity yet. So nothing's being sent over. But the idea now is at the very end. How far from unlocking blueprints? Those would be nice to have here. Next set, I mean, it's a tier away. It's a space elevator part section away. So, I guess a little bit at the pace I'm going. Conveyor belt too steep. What if we do it from here? I guess we just have to go back over this section. I was enjoying having as a easy way up, but not the best. There we go. Power now. How do we power you? Well, from down here. Love throwing power just under things. Hide the power line. Oop, not like that. That's super hidden. I don't want it in the wall. Also, this is where I can start doing Mark II power poles, but... There we go. One side set up. See, I don't even know if I would blueprint that. Blueprints are a little limited in scope. I think they're a 5x5 by 5. And they're very useful. I just don't know if this is where I would do it, because I only had to do this once. Power. Let's look at power, because we've got like 4 sinks going. Not even using that last one. But sinks are a lot of power. Okay, we're fine. We're actually quite nice. Quite nicely under, especially once we start moving this tearing this factory down is part of the plan. Moving these sinks over is part of the plan. They're just consuming all the iron materials we're making. Over here. Let's take a look at tickets. 3 tickets, which is why we have so many of these now. All right. I guess we do the other side. We've got enough stuff to do the other side. Maybe we'll do it all at once instead of zooming back and forth. Like one thing at a time to completion. Let's see if we can handle that. Oh no, we're not gonna be able to handle that. That'll drive me nuts. I guess if I could blueprint this whole storage block, I guess that would work pretty well. Not the whole block, but like, I could make it a modular design. And I could definitely blueprint that. Where it has like, yeah, this whole section here. I could blueprint that. Wait, is that not? Oh, it's coming from the wrong side. Ha! It would take in like this wall, the floor, the chest down there. And we could probably do, you know, like 5 of them. Blueprint that as 1 storage container. That's something we'll do in the future for sure. Yeah. Now, like up here, I don't think it would help me as much for like this part of the project, seeing as all the rest of it's done. But if I built one of these sections with all of the components, yeah, that would be super helpful. Smart splitter. So we're gonna center that right there. I'm just gonna hold control every time we paste it to make sure it's locked in with the one to the next to it. Okay, now let's Paste and check. Oh, this one's actually going to be different. It's going to come in. It's going to overflow to the left. So none there, but overflow left. Copy. Paste it. And paste it. Paste it. Paste it. I did watch some good videos this morning about a bus. And I still agree that I still agree with the general consensus that this game doesn't work so well with a bus. But they did have a really nice blueprint going for keeping a bus going. And it could handle. Looked like it could handle 30 items. And it was massive, and it was on pillars. It was lifted up. It was, you know, looked nice. He had corners and places where you could pull all of it out. It was nice. Guess we'll line this up over here with this thing. But also, I want to line it up with that, but also be on the blocks, right? All right, so mergers. Going that way. A tileable blueprint. I love those. Yeah. I think it's something we're going to spend some time playing with a lot this time around, making our own blueprints. You know, recognizing where we could use them and reuse them. I'm definitely treating this playthrough as a, you know, let's get some lessons learned out for 1.0. So when we come back to it, we're in a good spot. Let's say all of these are going to be Mark IIs from the beginning. Merge in lines. You see, we're already kind of reusing some of the old lessons learned here. We've started some new ideas. And when we get to trains, we'll really be testing our capacity there. We'll be testing our ideas. But we are kind of taking our time getting there. So, new stuff comes up, old stuff comes around. New stuff up, old stuff around. New stuff up, old stuff around, and out. And then we come on down. Oopsie, power. And ideally, we don't actually have to, like, look at that again. We don't have to go up there too often except to, like, upgrade the belts and troubleshoot any mistakes we just made. That's why we say, you know, theoretically we don't have to go up there often. Love that these are so far. Oh, did I make a whole ass? Stop it. We get lights here, that'll be nice too. I know there's a power line right down here, so I can connect to. Let's make that mildly cleaner. We'll just go from here to here, and from here to there. There we go. Now we're definitely consuming power we're not using because we got nothing coming into this chest yet. So, copper. Redoing our copper stuff, we could redo those basics. start filling up this chest, and then look at modular frames and rotors, which I think are happening behind me. So we annotated a couple places copper exists, and I think we're gonna have to have a factory somewhere in the middle. In fact, let's come over to the browser. Take a look at all the resource nodes that we've got and what's in the way and what's not in the way. You can see it looks like we have space over here to do things, and that's nearly directly west of us. We just have to bring in all the lines to that location right here, and that's going to be in this area here. So let's add another factory. We'll call this one Copper Factory. We're gonna set that icon to be a nice little factory. Copper is like reddish, right? Goldish. That's Caterium's color. Orangish. We already have an orangish, goldish factory over there. Make it dingier. There we go. Alright. We don't need a distance marker on that, but we'll go exactly the other way. We'll build it under... Where's that crate still hanging around over there? Let's go get that. And then we'll plan our copper factory. In fact, let's hit that copper ore button. Oh, it's that floating crate up there. It looks like it's so far away. Our base is fucking huge. These are... That's a normal. That's a normal. And this other one that we've marked is also a normal. And there's not a lot of copper ore here otherwise. I think we looked at it. This was it. 3 normals. All the copper ore that we have in this region at all. So that's to say, not yet. Let's get the materials there. I think building the pathway up there is going to be part of the challenge. What we're going to want to do is probably create a little bit of a stairwell going up there as well. Build it off of this. No. I want, I guess we start with a flat piece. Now we can have a stairwell coming down. We did 2 and a corner. And then stairs. Right, we're gonna come up here as well. And it's gonna be out and around that way. I think with a railing we start there and we'll build the rest later. Fuck. Because the rest is just gonna be foundations. And we did a... How do we line this up over here? Like it was 1, 2, 3, 4, then a wall is just 4 over, 4 back. Is this a square from this corner over? 4 over, 4 back. It is, okay. And then it was every other line after that. So essentially, 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And that put the window right there. Right there. Right there. I think we skipped 2. Let's look at it from the other side. Oh, hey there, chest we were just looking at. Let's pick these up. These plates have been sitting here for ages. If we do it from the other side, which is, 1, 2, 3, 4. Take this window. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, that did leave us with a double here. And that's how everything lines up. We will bring it out. Oh, a creature's in the way. Hey, buddy. Get out of here. Out of here. You know what? Do I have advanced melee before I go out here? I thought I did. Can I craft in the equipment workshop a baton? I could almost craft a baton. BRB, burb. Yeah. Yeah. Modular frames. Handcrafting. 5. Well, I guess 6, because they come in pairs of 2. Which, by the way, modular frames require reinforced iron plates. Alright. A Xeno Basher. It's got a little wrench keychain. There we go. Much cleaner. Much nicer. Alright. So. Verb. And you wouldn't believe, and the reason we took so much time spacing this out, how much of a difficult time I've had in the past getting belts like this to line up. I've had some messy belt work before. I mean, I guess, it's easy to believe everybody's had messy belt work before, but, like, for this specific problem... Okay, so now we've got 20. Now we need to make a 20 wide, essentially, platform that starts, that is centered, like, here. Alright, gonna need a lot more concrete. This is gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wide. So, going this way, because... Ooh. If this space is empty, it's 8 wide, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wide. So we need 4 on this side, and I see what we're facing. It's potentially getting too close to this, but I think this is fine. Even if I'm only there for short periods of time, I can run my things through the toxicity. And we're going to want to bring it here, right? These are where the 3 copper items are going. Right over here. So this... This will go right through the toxic cloud. 1, 2, 3, 4 on this side, and then 4 on that side. And we'll just show that it's spaced out for later. There we go. And we'll have to bring this in a little bit more later. So, the toxicity of our city, bah, of our factory even. Bah, ba 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 ba. I don't remember the song well enough anymore. Ba 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 ba. of course, because we did this, we can now kind of, I say cleanly. Oh no, did we not? Is this not lined up? Oh, it is. What? It is here. Half and half. Did we? Oh, we screwed the whole pooch on this grid. Well, we whole ass. There it is. That's the problem. Oh, can we do this? I guess this is gone too. This whole area. Yep. It was yellow, and I ignored it. It was trying to tell me earlier. Screw the pooch is such a wild expression. You're not wrong. When you don't have to stop and think about it that hard. But you're right. See, why is that? This should be right now. See, it's yellow here because it's touching the wall, and that's fine. We put a wall there. But it does stay on the grid with everything else. Yeah, really. That's a clippable thing we're not repeating, but well expressed. English hard language, yo. Grudgingly removes cursor. That was her hovering over the clip button. Yeah. Nice one though. It was... This is all bad. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, then this was all getting deleted. Just like a weird fraction block off of everything, because it built itself against the wall is kind of what happened, or with the wall in mind, and that's not what we're doing here. 1 2 3. Yeah, we can recount these. We don't have to be too careful. All right, 1 2 3 4. So those are those three. Did we not count them properly this time? So 1 2 3 4. That's it. These are these three. This is 9, and 9 is 18. We only have... Oh, we only need 2 more. That's what it is. I did something really wrong last time. And let's set that one... You know, let's decide where we set that to when we get there. I feel like it was a little off last time. Oof. All this pain, all this, you know, little setup here really helps us later when we just want to plug it in and forget about it. All right, so now we want the 2. So I guess, yeah, it doesn't matter. Nope. Guess we should sit on this side. We're not jumping over it constantly. We're almost there. We're almost ready. We're almost fixed our mistake. Cool. Before we go too far, we will need to go back. This is the empty one, so we need 4. 4 spaces over. We're really just going to take that line down as far as we can, because they're all coming over here. And we can say, let's see, there's 1 square here. If we do that, is that a good angle? I want to say it is. The only thing really potentially in the way would be whatever it takes to get, you know, this thing in, plugged into there. And we don't really have a problem. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's do a round of supply picking up after a couple. We're gonna build out there, right? Oh, that hurts a little bit, just a tiny bit. Oh yeah, we're gonna get almost out to the factory. Hell, what even are these? Is that more? That's not copper. No, copper's over there. That's is that just more iron hanging out? It is. 2 impure nodes, which are good to know that we have, because we're about to pull a lot of copper from this area. So, factory around here. Alright. Let's go back and get all the things we need for the factory. Let's take a look at 3 normal nodes, which will produce at 60. 60, 60, and 60. We could almost do one per. One per factory. A rod's factory. Not even rods. Shoot. Copper makes other things. Copper makes sheets. Copper makes wire. Copper makes cable. Those are the 3 parts we're slamming in. Let's throw down a constructor and take a look. So, it's time. Ladies and gentlemen, whiteboard time. We're going to plan out copper. Okay, so with the copper, it's essentially copper sheets. Oh, it is just copper sheets, wire, and cable. The copper sheet is takes 20 per minute to make 10. The wire takes 15 per minute to make 30. And the cable takes 60 per minute of wire to make 30. All right. I think if we say let's see what we look like when we do 60 items per minute for each thing. So for copper sheets, if I wanted 60, I would need 6 times 20, 120 per minute to make 60 sheets. And we only have a total of 180. With that other 60, let's take that other 60 in mind, we would be able to pop out 4 sets of wire. So at 60, this is sheets, by the way. This is wire. At 60 per minute, we'd pop out 120. And we'd take 60 of that down here to pop out 30. So that almost works. You can get 60, 60, and 30 cable per minute. Now let's go look at the stacks in game. If we wanted to think about how big these stacks are, that might give us an idea of if we need to prioritize one or the other. So if one stack's at 500, one stack's at 200, we clearly want to make more than one. We can deviate a bit. So we have to come all the way back here because we crowded this area. This stack's at 200. I think wire stack's at 500. And then sheet stack at 200. What if we dial it down a little? Just a little. What do we have? Because this isn't bad. This isn't bad. A 120-60 split does produce more wire than cable. We're getting 60, 60, and 30. I don't mind it. I don't mind the way that looks. Could we increase... Let's see what it would take to get, say, 40 cable. To get 40 cable, that's another 30%. That's a 33%, 1/3 more increase here and here. So instead of 60 cable, we would need 80 cable. Or sorry, 80 wire. To get 80 wire, I still want 60 wire coming out. So we would need to increase this by 20, so we want that to be 140. We're scribbling a bit over our stuff. To get 140 wire, everything just gets a little... I don't like how this is all adding up, so I think we just keep it like this. I think we keep the we keep that factory right there. 120 for sheets because that makes 60. 60 wire because that makes 60. We'll call it 60 and 60. 60 and 60. And then that gives us 30 cable. I think that's an entirely fine proposition. 30 cable per minute. Because I don't think I want to sacrifice sheets to 30. That's the only other way to do it, is to have sheets to increase cable. And I think really if they were all 30, 30, 30, we'd still be fine. I think begrudgingly I want one. I just want another normal node of copper. And if we double check and we just hone in on what the copper layers are, let's say, like, what are all the copper layers on this map? Oh, we do have more. Oh, we have 2 impures. Okay, perfect. 2 impures is a normal. Over there. Now that's just Sam. Ore. So let's mark that on the map. I didn't realize we were sitting on that. They're right over here. Copper ore. Okay. All right. So now we've just got to pull more copper ore over, and we could even think about this. We can even think about this with two separate factories, maybe. Because if I'm going to dedicate, I guess we come here real quick. We've got ourselves 3 normal nodes, 2 impures. Essentially, we've got 4 normal nodes worth of ore. 4 sets of 60. Two of those in the bottom right are close together, and that's one factory. That's 120. The other wire is all right. So how do we do this? Let's make sure we're getting the math right. So now let's say we have 120 going in the wire. So one of the problems, I think, if I take 60 into wire, just 60 per minute, I do make 120, and then I have 60 wire left because 60 wire goes away. So then we have 60 wire per minute. What I want is all 120 wire. Okay, there we go. So if we take all 120 wire and make that directly into cable, we will get our 60. So that is only 60 makes enough cable. Then we have 60 left over, which still makes 120 cable. Or I guess wire. Alright, so that's what we're getting at. Alright, so I figured it out. 60 ore. Wait a minute, before we continue this thought. Is it ore, 1 ore per 1 smelt? 1 ore per 1 smelt? Does copper ore smelt weird? Okay, it doesn't. Cool. Alright, so I guess yeah, what we figured out is we need 60 ingots for cable. We need 120 for sheets. And we need 30 for wire. Which leaves us an extra impure node or an extra 30, which we could do whatever we want with. Awesome. If we take a look at our map again. And hello, Justin. Is this any easier without me doing the math wrong every time? Yeah, I mean, at a base level, you're not wrong if you don't flub the math. But also, if you just build with manifold, it doesn't matter nearly as much. We just kind of set a goal. Like, we don't even need this to work out right. This could just be any old thing. We're even planning with Mark 1 miners by the by. What we have picked up, though, most importantly, is we can make 3 factories now. This is 60. So this becomes not copper factory, but cable factory. This down here, this becomes a sheets factory. You know, just call that a nice... I keep wanting to go orangish, right? But apply. And then right over here, sheets, cable. We only need the impures, so wire factory. More wire than we need. But keep in mind, if we put all the extra impure into there, wire's a heavier stack anyway. So wire factory. I just remembered that it was a 500 stack, so there we go. Some variations of oranges happening all over the map. Yeah, I like it. I like it. And we're gonna do it. What does it take to do all this? Actually, yeah, that's a pretty good idea. What's it take to make all this? We don't know. Constructors. Constructors. So sheets are pretty easy, right? If we've got 120... Oh, no, we don't want to do that. We want this button. If we're making sheets, we need 6 of these machines. So I'm going to annotate 6 over here. And that's all it is. 6 and equal number of smelters, which is... I guess we just look at smelter numbers. We're doing a total of 240. Smelters do 30. We can say 240 divided by 30. We're going to need a total of 8 smelters. So 6 constructors for sheets. Wires, which would, if we just take in all 120 iron ingots, that's 120 divided by 15. 8. And on the other side, we're taking in, not 120, 60. 60 divided by 15. It's only 4. Although we will need another 4 on the other side. We'll need another 4 for the cable. So that is another 4 plus what? And that is cable. So we will be producing like 120. So it's 120 wire per minute coming out of the 4 for the cable, going directly in the cable. We only need 2. So the grand total of 16 constructors. Nope, not done with the list. Let's edit it, by the way. Let's take off these one smart splitter we didn't make. We need a grand total of 8. 8 smelters. We need 5 Mark 1 miners, because it's 3 normals and 2 impures. And that should do it. That should be the list. Let's organize ourselves and get ready to go. Like, we don't need this anymore. We probably need to store those copper sheets somewhere. Over there. Grab a little bit of everything, because we need 64 wire. Let's just have a whole 2 stacks. We need 128 cable. Let's have a whole 3 stacks. We need plenty of iron rods, but we are not getting them from here. This is where we're dunking shit. With 40 iron rods, we can take 2 stacks. So get rid of a stack, take a stack. We don't need this AI limiter. We don't need these rotors or this quick wire. We do need as much concrete as we can handle. Probably a handful of reinforced iron plates for 120 belt movement. The regular iron plates are over here. Are you doing slugless? What's slugless? Oh, power slugs? I just haven't started looking for them yet. That's really the answer. We're collecting them as we stumble onto them right now, but we're not making a concentrated effort to grab them. Yeah, that's definitely one of the things I appreciated in multiplayer, was just telling somebody to go collect slugs and hard drives for me while I didn't have to. Yeah. Yeah. That might get me to play multiplayer, is just have somebody to do all the labor. We just took all of the concrete. I don't think we don't need that much of it. I'm gonna regret taken that much. Okay, I think we're fine. Except for 5 portable miners, which are the exact number of slots I have left. Yeah, too busy clubbing birds. Hey, you gotta get the club. You gotta use the club. Although, you know, really, if I was, you know, if I was less of a gamer, I'd do the right thing and just, you know, cheat in all the recipes. I could literally just modify my save file and unlock all alternate recipes. That's just a thing you can do. Yeah, it would be lame, and that's exactly why it didn't happen. But definitely not a part of the game I spent a lot of time doing. I'll have to. There will be a day. There will be you know, instead of a mining only day like we had with the old game, we will spend a whole day just setting that up. Whole day running around getting all the equipment, all the slugs, all the alternate recipes. It'll probably come after train day, because once we get trains, we're really gonna want those alternate recipes. All right, first factory. This one should be relatively easy. This is a normal, and its only role is gonna be cable. In fact, part of it's already built. Probably easier to build if I was up there with it, but here we are. How'd your, oh shit, I never looked at your Instagram, or your YouTube short, wherever you ended up putting, you sent me the link. I'm sorry, dude. I was gonna ask how it went, and I realized I hadn't even seen it yet. Yeah, 60 per minute, all right. Dedicated mine day, we're dedicated save file editing day. It's true, we could just save file edit it. As lame as it would be. Alright, we're breaking our... Oh god, that's been doing nothing the whole time. Alright, we're gonna need a storage container because we brought too much stuff. We didn't even need one of the miners, so that's a thing that we can drop. We drop one of all of these things. Alright. So, we have a miner. Do we replace anything? Because we could, God, we are gonna have to come down here and just pick up all this shit, aren't we? We could start over with the smelters, you know, get them lined up nice, and I think that's the answer. This is not a difficult question. Other than I forgot last time to even activate it, so can I even be trusted? Okay. You're actually in the way. I put this in just the worst place. Oh, take all. This gets deleted. this gets deleted. Take all. Cool. Alright, so smelters. We start with the smelters. We only need the 2. Production smelters. We set them up with splitters that go in and over. We run these at a cool 60. And power them on. Then we pull them out the other side. At the same pace of 60. Where do I want to take you? I think we take them over here. Alright, so from there we make all of them into wires. We can do pretty easily if we do it this way. Yeah. And one thing we didn't really think about, this is 15 per minute. We don't even need to manifold it. We could. We don't often do. Well, manifold lets us make it expandable. I was going to say we could just split it right out of here, but that wouldn't be expandable. So, right back into a splitter. First it comes from this way. And then goes that way, and that way. To make this line up nicer, we put this a merger and send it there. And this manifold system is just the best. My earliest factories definitely weren't allowed to be this neat, apparently. Okay, so that's wire. Is it all? Did I set it all already? Wow, I'm a champion. But none of it's working because we didn't set copper. Let's get it going. All right. All right, so now we have the wire. Now the cable. This will be the most complicated factory we have to build. It comes out at 30 per minute. And it's going to need, each of these essentially feeds one. Let's give it just a little bit more room, and let's get the mergers down before we start. So this first one, we send over to the right, and this one we're just gonna send directly in. This is within ratio, and it is still expandable. Now we've got room to throw down. Two constructors for cable. Which is more cable than we were producing over there, which is something we didn't get done with all the iron. We definitely started with a lot of iron. When we made a new factory, it was simply just as good as what we had already been making. Now this produces 60, and that's the goal. We simply merge these onto a line. And bring her home. part 1 done. And I left all my miners back here. Need to find a different song for clips. There's a lot of free stuff out there for streamers you could look at. I forget the name of the guy that does it. Let me check my stuff. It's my Spotify. I have the Spotify playlist. It's like streamer music. Then, you know, I could be playing. It was Stream Beats. That's what it was. It was Stream Beats. We could be hanging out to this music, guys. Lo-fi. Well, that doesn't sound exciting. Hi-fi. Yeah, no, lo-fi doesn't, but maybe the hi-fi does. I don't do a lot of music on my stream. This ain't gonna last. Enjoy it while you can. It does kind of, doesn't it? Alright. We could do that, and it would be completely an okay experience. All right, let's see. We need those walls right here. We can do 2-meter ramp, right? Yeah. Because this doesn't quite line up. This was about 2 meters off. We've got to, yeah, every time it turns blue and right before a ramp. Say we get the 90-degree angle. It's going to be actually hard to plug in, so we can take the wall off first. Then we get the 90-degree turn built. I want to say it's right there, but that might be a bad lineup. Yeah, it is. It snaps any closer to that. There we go. All right, that one's done. All right, next on the map, so we can get rid of this. It's the stuff directly south of us. So, off we go. Oh yeah, Stream Beats. I didn't put a link. If you want a link, let me know. But I think you can find it on Google or on Spotify pretty easily. Let's see. Chainsaw. Will we need it? Are we anywhere close? We're getting there. We're gonna need to go higher. At least that high. But we can take down the tree. But getting through the ground. Yeah, there we go. It's plenty tall, plenty tall. Let's hit the copper button. Yeah, it's gonna be over there and down there, and we're gonna bring them together. That's kind of what's happening here. You know, yeah, let's just do it. This is Sheets Factory right here. We'll find the ore later. We'll get it to, you know, wherever we need it. We just needed, what? couple smelters, total of 8 smelters. We're bringing in 120 sheets here. That's 4 smelters. So we just go 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll give ourselves the big old space. Say we'll bring it in from that direction. It's gonna be 120. So this is gonna be a Mark II, at least at here at this point. Nick wants to know when you're coming back to Baltimore. I don't know. Oh, we were planning some trips later in the year. I guess it's not always a terrible drive. I asked Nick when is he coming up to Iowa. I don't think he has any vacation left. Fair. I also don't have any vacation days saved up. Yeah. It's a real shame. My current employer does not provide vacation days. You gotta get a job to get some vacation days. Exactly. We just don't have any. We actually do have a vacation coming up in July, so you'll miss me a week in July. I'm going to go up to Alaska. I'm going to see Daniel, and then in maybe around October or November, I'm going to North Carolina. I don't know when yet. But that aside, we need constructors. We needed 4 constructors. Is this a 1-to-1? Do I just get to feed these directly in? It takes 20 in and makes 10. No, it wasn't a 1-to-1. It was 6. It was 6. Okay, so we are going to have to do the manifold. I guess he's on the way to North Carolina. Yeah, but I'll be with the missus this time. Otherwise, good idea. Not that we couldn't stop, but it's more about her actual vacation days. Are a thing to be considered. Because we're using vacation days to go down there. Alright, merger going that way to a splitter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, constructors. Interesting that this lines up here and is trying to like... yeah, let's just give it the other platform. It needs it. And we'll worry about trees later. That good? That lines up? It's like, is it floating? It is kind of floating. Is it floating because of trees? Let's handle trees now. There's just a bunch of them down here. They just need to be handled. I want to get up there. because I was using 1 meters... let's take you down before we go up. Because I was using 1 meter floors here, there's no good way to plug in a 8 meter stair. And you can plug in the 1 meter ramp, but it's just a real slow ramp. Alright, so on this side, we have... And these are fast, right? I got all these set to Mark IIs. So they're going to need to be Mark IIs for this portion of the belt. Not the inner, not after this. Like, they can connect to the machines at a... Interesting, did I not do that the right way? That's all of them that are going to be fucked up then. That way, splitter. Okay. I do remember being more excited about, lining them up from far away. I probably wasn't paying enough attention to actually the direction of the inputs. Alright, now the constructors. Now they probably shouldn't float. There we go. Alright. Now, if I set one, let's say I set this right here to sheets. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be sheets. I'm going to, copy and paste all these settings. All right, that's sheets. Now, if I copy that building and put it down, is it sheets? It's not. Okay, it's just copying the building, not the recipe. Big shame. Again, we feed it in because it's going to take it at 20. Let's get the power going. We can even bring a little bit of power here. Bring it down to the edge. And start dropping it. I think this is the end, right? This is one of the simpler factories. It just requires one set of constructors making all the stuff. And then we get to send it back. At what is 60, essentially. Let's come out here. So, real big thing here. No Mark II belts needed yet. It's all going to be nice, slow moving copper sheets. Of course, we've got to go get 120 worth of copper, slam it into here. We'll consider that one of the smaller projects we're going to have to face, in the long term. I think we leave room on the left here on purpose. Yeah, 90-degree turn. Because we're going to want the, we're going to be bringing the wire along the same line. Did I curve that? I'm terrible. Here, we'll do it the smart way, which is that thing I was praising the other day. It's this wall. And now this isn't lined up, of course, to the wall. So we go like... so particular. Yes, that. want to say that's 90-ish, but it's actually, it's not. I don't care anymore. I hate those walls after going across half the map trying to connect the belts to the blueprints. They solve a lot of problems for me, at least. A lot of my aesthetic issues and straight belt lines. But I can understand how they get in the way with blueprints. Which, you know, we're going to have some fun with once we unlock, but ain't got him yet. I'm going to have to find my way back up. But I guess we really just got to find our way to copper. Something ground at me? It is! New Basher! Xeno Basher! 1, 2. Oh, he's bigger. He's bigger than other guys, huh? He got a tusk. 3, 4, 5. 5, maybe? 5. Something like 5. Hog remains. He got 3 remains on the hog. Alright, let's go ahead and trash some stuff that's holding up our inventory. Pick up his hog remains. 3 mains. There you go. Hey, bird. Bow. Alright, so going this way. Going south, and we're going to go slightly east to get to the first one. It's right here. Cool. More hog mains. Oh yeah, okay. That was definitely a bigger hog. He took a lot fewer beatings. Alright, get the Mark 1 miner down. Sending it generally that way. Make sure we've got, you know, power running in the right places. Where is that humming coming from, by the way? How? Oh, is it this thing? No, that's not a slug. That's not making the slug sound. Over here? If I gotta climb and do stuff, I probably won't, but...
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Oh boy.
Harvest.
When the storyline happens, we'll have fun with that, but it doesn't exist right now. Oh, hey, little guy. Do I have berries? I ain't got berries. I'm sorry. If I find any, I'll come back for you, but... Alright, so generally... we do this again. But we'll be able to find a better connection point. I don't want it to be there. But I guess I could put it on top. Then delete. Then make it a 4. There we go. That's what we want. That took a minute, but it's what we want. I'm assuming... well, let's get that all the way down. This is going to be good. This is going to be a good angle. Come all the way up. Probably onto a merger. I mean, we probably do a better job if we just throw it down on a conveyor lift. that for now. That's a temporary fuck you button kind of thing. All right, and we'll just slam this underneath, and from underneath we'll connect it up. All right, so this is not connected to power, but I guess maybe we should get a little bit of power connected here. Just run it under. Boo-doo-boo-doo-boo-doo-boo. Can't see it from this side. I'm hoping I can see it from the other side. God, that cable's long. This is also the kind of thing I would blueprint, because we can make this look nice, and we could have it connected on power. We want to find our way up anyway. We'll just connect it over here. So we'll send it down there because we should. But also, there's power this way. It's all one big network. Kind of my favorite way to run power, other than under, is inside of the floor. If I want to go large distances, I can like open up a hole in the floor, put a bunch of power connectors in there, connect them again later. For example, connected. Covered up. Powered floor. So, that should see us getting some amount of sheets coming this way, which we could connect. We just gotta connect the other miner, find that thing. So we connected this. Now we need to come down here. Just a little farther south and a little bit to the west. They say they have power, they just need material. The materials are coming nice and slow. Alright. Next. It's right there, isn't it? Yep. Oh, we need to break it first. And probably fight a pig. No pig? Pig? I heard you. Where you at? You really dashed. Oh, I don't even know if that took more than one hit. Alright, let's grab that miner. Throw it that way. Throw some power way out here. Throw that belt. Just make it go. I have berries on me now, so if you come back, we'll be friends. There we go. Miner plugged in. Now, did we screw up anywhere over here? Only right there. Only to connect the whole of the thing. I feel like let's go connect all these. We'll come back and we'll check to see if it's any good, but we want these running back to the base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let them start, you know, filling up. And at 60 a minute, we're doing pretty good. And that's gonna fill up the awesome sink pretty quickly, right? The faster that's going, the better. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so this one, nice and easy. Plug it in. This one, a little less easy, right? No, oh, that's a nice 90 degree, just automatically 90 degree. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Setting the secondary platform off so we're not hopping around these walls. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. Ooh, hey, buddy. Just a little too close. This is the danger zone. And the little tree, little happy tree can stay for now. All right. Unless I can chop it from up here. I did just physically run into it, didn't I? No, I'd have to go down. Alright, I can stay for now. Bop. 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 Ba-da-ba-dow. Nice slow belts. We should start to see right over here. Yep. Now this is should be a full 60 eventually. Once everything gets saturated, we'll go check each machine once. We'll do a once over on the factory, and then we'll go to the last factory. Take back some of these blocks too. Okay. Okay, producing. Producing. All of them, right? I think we just watched one come out of here, yep. Cool. Theoretically at a full 120. Going in, going in. All these are producing. These are stuck, and this is why we check. And all of these are Mark IIs where they matter. Cool. Alright. And we are doing 6, like 60. 6 takes 120. Which means these belts up here should be constant and unending. Cool. Alright, so that's that. That gets rid of that marker. The next one is to our west, which is just over that way. But you know, we kind of set it up to be plugged in here, so let's do this area. All right, let's take it from here. I think that's even pretty close. Yeah. Give it a 2 wide, so we've solved that problem. It's interesting. We're actually going to bring it over here to go up, but it keeps the keeps some of the things we want neat. What is this down here? Is that more iron? I think that's iron. Yeah, more iron. Cool. So we've kind of got everywhere, but those 3 normals are the next big factory. Get you while we're here, Slug. Thank you. Can I make that jump? Interesting, we're heading towards the Caterium, which means the copper is somewhere over here, right? Let's ping it. I guess. Let's keep getting closer. In fact, we'll just do 1 for now. Oh, hey. Look at that. More story ore. Let's ping that copper again. Oh. Whew. Alright, it's down there. Alright. We would really have a much better time slamming it on the other side. Oh, but we are not going to. We are not. Sam, I am. All right. We're just gonna get down and take a left. There we go. And we can mine and build all right here, right? What kind of space are we working with, huh? He kind of smells it. Oh. There we go. And then we just gotta construct it. We only need 4 constructors. 4 smelters, 4 constructors, 2 smelters. 4 constructors. Alright, so it's a relatively easy factory. We just go... If we build it from the front end... We can say that and that, right? We're gonna have room back here, I think, to construct, or maybe we can smelt another layer, right? And the idea being wire 30 per minute takes 15 per minute. This is going to produce at 30 and 30. Oh, it's 4. It is 4. That's fine. Same thing. Is it? I mean, I guess we're making 120. Why not? We'll bring 120 back. We'll bring both these impures back. We could use the Mark IIs. Now we only need the Mark IIs though for the output, so we can mark 1 here. And we're kind of building building with the flow of the terrain, and that's always fun. So, let us break these down. Alright, miner 1, miner 2. Each of these literally a single smelter. Kind of go that way with that one and like have some fun, go this way with this one. Configure that to be copper ingots and copper ingots. We bring those into a merger. Maybe out that way. And up to there. We've kind of kept the natural flow of the area. We've got any power lines? Yeah, this one left, so we can go out with it. Just kind of keep it available. Set all you to wire. Some already were. Pull out our coffee cup because it's less noisy. Let's connect the power. This shouldn't be a hard power connecting, right? This should be relatively easy. We just gotta hit the wall, right? We could even jump over to the Caterium factory and plug it in there. There we go. Power's going, right? We should start seeing some ore coming out. We should start seeing way more wire than one belt can handle. So, let's get the mergers going. Way more than 160 belt can handle. Let's be fair to the process. So we've got 30 coming out there. Are you not centered? Is that what's... No, you're centered. Okay. Now that's a 60. This is currently 60. There's no entire reason to be stingy for these parts. Let's just get them going. Because this is, you know, the most expensive use of reinforced iron plates we've had yet. Which is fine, because we're actually producing at a steady pace. And now we're going to run it all the way back to the opposite end. Which, you know, let's take a look. Hey, Hog, I see you. I don't want to be knocked off. Oh, I think it did only take one. We run this pretty high. What if we didn't? And I say that because I might want to save this skybox for later. I might want to save it for trains later. Alright, so if we keep this lower and only bring it up when we have to. Hey, and look at that. Look what we found because we came down here. You haven't seen a purple one yet, but I assume that comes with time. Or, sorry, other biomes and more difficult areas. That fucking Samzor is talking over there. You hear it doing its thing up there. I think we have to go up here at least a bit. Nope. Let's get more platforms. Now we're still waiting until the last moment to go only as high as we need. Keep ourselves from having, you know, too many mega floating platforms hanging around. I keep hearing animals. Yeah, there's the bean. You see, we've used about half of the tier 2 belts we brought forward. I'm gonna say probably right about here. I wonder, let's see, can that cleanly, I think that's it, that cleanly does it. We're probably gonna have to, we did drag this belt all the way over at Mark 1, so we're gonna, you know, redo that. I think it's here to make it a 90. To make it 90 enough. And we just gotta Mark 2 the whole thing back. You see the copper plates are more or less 60. See a couple gaps in there. And this is how we went from consuming one normal node to 4-ish normal nodes. 3 normal nodes and an impure. So I think the big difference between what we did earlier and this with the iron is we were already consuming it 3 iron nodes to do what we're doing. Now we're consuming, you know, 4. So four normal iron, 4 normal copper is what's being thrown into our base right now. The last thing we really need to do before we move on is probably concrete. Concrete's still coming in at a drip. We're going to essentially locate all the concrete on the map nearby and slam it together into a factory. Now, one thing we can't forget is all the pieces on the inside here. So now that this is tier 2, right? I should have gotten that, but it didn't. Right, so tier 2 in here, tier 2 into there, tier 2 there, and even tier 2 there. And while we're thinking about it, we can even, oh, we don't have enough. Look at that. We are using plates. We can tier 2 all these. Some of which were already. It just occurred to me we didn't do the backside of everything, so let's do that. That's how you go through more plates than you expect. And now we gotta do the backsides. We'll check you guys in a second. Cool. Cool. So we should see plugged in 3 things, and this one to happen soon. I guess to get up there, it's probably best to go the other way. We didn't really build neat stairs on the end here. This will let us peek at our stuff. It's not here yet. If I've ever seen a good excuse for a handrail, there it is coming in, 120. That will also take a minute to cap out, but actually longer than the others because they stack at 500. We shouldn't see much happening over here, but maybe a little. Yeah, look at that. We're getting some stuff. We're getting some things happening. 6 cupids. Capped out on plates and rods, and they're being sent across. Alright, we're gonna use the bathroom. We're gonna have a quick snack, quick lunch. And we'll call it in, we'll call it, 8 minutes or so. Usually about right. And then we'll come back here and we'll do the next couple of things. Which is, I think, we can call progress. Anything we do now is new. So that's exciting. So, let's leave you here, hanging out the next couple bit of... taking a look at our incoming new copper materials, and we'll be back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We had a poke bowl, and it was tasty. Although, you know, the rice, I didn't quite cook the rice all the way through the first time. It was like a pre-made poke bowl. So once I finished devouring the salmon, which I love some raw salmon, sushi, if you will. We just threw that rice back in the microwave, heated it up, and so, the last thing we need to do before we're willing to tear down all this mess, and now I think about it, mod the frames over there, because we're already making the reinforced plates. Anyway, the last thing we need to do is hunt down the concrete. So, let's head over to our browser. We've got concrete, we've got limestone is exactly what we're looking for. Let's turn off all of those. Where's that Sam's ore? That's all this weird ore. Let's unmark. And this is the bauxite. Don't care about bauxite. This is the sulfur limestone. Okay. So there's a couple normal limestones over here. That might be exactly what we want. Right in this area. We've been running off of 2 impures. And we could just pull 4 of these from over here. We even have a whole, like we can come from that direction off of all of our work earlier. And yeah, just build it right in this crater. And any other things in that crater, if we go ahead and show all of it. I mean, eventually there's some pure coal down there. Just next to that. Yeah, okay, limestone. These 3 right here. Because they're going to be coming in at 60 per minute times 3. Probably all the concrete we need. We may want to pull this one over here. Let's find out. Let's go look. So, I have a constructor. If we want concrete, because I remember concrete was weird. Concrete is 45 per minute, makes 15 per minute. So each of these 60 nodes. Whiteboard me. Whiteboard you. Concrete does 45 limestone per minute becomes 15 per minute. We're getting like 60 per minute right now and turning it into like 20, right? So what we want to do is we're going to have, well, I guess 60 times 4. Well, we're going to have 60 of it times 4. That's max capacity, right? That is 240 divided by 45. 240 divided by 45 equals 5.33 constructors, and that times 15 is 80. Now, if we did 60 times 3, and we only used what was in that gulch, I wrote divided over 60 times 3, 180, divided by 45, it's 4. 4 times 15 is 60. So, in keeping with the rest of it, we don't really need to go out of our way to pull in too many more. We could pull in just 180 and get the full belt we want. 3-to-1 ratio, essentially what we're seeing. We'll keep it. We'll keep the 3-to-1 ratio. So, thank you, constructor. Which means all we need to prepare for, all we need to prepare for, 4 constructors, 3 miners, and a whole bunch of belt work. Super simple. Portable miners. We'll make 2 more. We'll dump our organic material again. We're kind of getting full on this this green Maybe start dumping that somewhere else. That's 3 miners. That's everything on the checklist. But what we're gonna want is, I guess, a few more reinforced iron plates. We're only gonna need it for the bit of the factory. We're not bringing back 120 concrete per minute. Only a full 60. Not that we couldn't benefit from it. But I think a for now problem and something to solve later. So then it's only iron plates and concrete, right? Which, you know, we've got plenty of one of them. We're about to solve the problem with the other. Just go back here and grab it. And this actually gets us using none of the limestone that's near us, which is nice. We don't have to drag it all the way from over here. It's all in that tiny little crater. Pop. Just fill up. That'll bite us in the ass eventually, but that's a problem for future Casey. So we'll just head on down. Now, we need to look up the fucking blades too. Blade runners. We're gonna do an equipment thing afterwards. We need blade runners. We need to be going faster. In fact, here, what are they? Get out of the toxic. Don't alt tab out of the toxic. Satisfactory blade runner. What do we need for it? Silica? No. Or unlocked via the quartz chain. Alright, so quartz is next. Quartz is the next thing on the list. We'll bring it in. Silica and quartz. Those are relatively easy factories. They produce a lot of the product. We'll bring them in on one of these sides. Ba ba da ba 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 da bow. Boop boop boop. I just have to go under and over and climb this thing and add it to this tiny little bus. How are we doing? Oh, perfect. Ready to turn. Over here somewhere. So is it gonna be under that arch? Do we get to go through the arch? I think whether or not we get to, we definitely do. We take ourselves here. Give ourselves a little bit of room. Can we go here? Actually, we want to go lower, right? We had a pretty good time last time sticking to the lower side of things. So if we do it from down here, is that going to feel better? I feel like it will. And maybe even be able to hit this tree without, you know, jumping down. Maybe not. That one we can, which means we might get the one behind us. Damn. Alright. Come on. We should really do this on the way back rather than right now. On the way back. Unless these are hittable. They're not. And they're not. No, it was actually over here. We actually came from this way. Now, where is this hat? Just ahead of us still. So we can probably go up by 2 here, right? Right by another toxic wall. Oh, really actually hugging the side. We don't want to come this close. Well, not this close to the ground. We're gonna go right by the toxic. Toxic ain't worrying us. Like, let's, can we bring it back to the ramp and just go one higher right here? We don't have to deal with too many ramps that way. There we go. We'll take a wide berth of the toxic for now. There's a yellow slug. Not the most dangerous thing. I would love to ride the canyon down too as we get over here. So like, yeah, this is cool. See places we hadn't seen before. Oh, you're bigger. He's the big one. We're gonna have to spend more time dodging you. Fuck. There we go. Hog remains ×3. Alright. So essentially, we can put down a big old foundation. Say like right here. We're only gonna need so many constructors. You can grab this little slug while we're at it. Hey buddy. I think we said it was only 3 constructors. Oh no, it was 4 constructors. The mines themselves, or the miners themselves, where are they at? We get 1 here. 1, I think they seem to be spaced out evenly around this crater, but they're not. They're here and here. 1 and 2. So we just gotta run this way. Bring the power over here. You know, keep the outside. Give ourselves a pole. And run it there. These are all essentially going into a merger. This is what we're doing here. And these are all running at 60. They're not all going into a merger. I don't have a 180 belt. 2 of them are going into a merger. And 1's hanging out alone. Alright. How do we do this best? So this is 4. It is a manifold. Right. We're gonna want 1, 2, 3, 4. They're gonna be splitters here. 60. The first 60 feeds 1 and some change. Right. That's the math, right? 1 and some change. The next one feeds this one and some change over here. Like the rest of this one is 30 and then another like 15 over here. Actually 30 over here. And then 15 and a whole 60 for that one, right? It all gets kind of divided up. So the easy thing to do, Mark II belt covers the first. Let's find where 120 stops, right? 45, 45, 45. That's 120. We actually make that a merger, and we could send it in there. And so 120 gets completely consumed by what is 45 times 3, 135. We got 15 left over that needs to be dunked into there. And that's where this bad boy comes up over to here. Actually, we make this a splitter. Right, some of it's going into there, but the majority of it... Oh, actually, if we're going to do this, let's do it neatly. Some of it's going over there, but some of it's going over there. In fact, let's make it even neater than that. Let's get rid of all this dumb belt work. And bring it in from the other side. Right, I mean, if we're gonna come at it like this, grab a splitter, say it's coming from this area. Excuse me. Drag it right on over. We want the ramps here too. It's gonna come up to this ramp right like that. And on in. All right, perfect. So we get the power lines connected. All these have connections, and let's look at it again. 120 coming into here. Let's make sure all the belts are marked 2s where they matter. Let's just make all of these belts marked 2s because it doesn't matter. We could even, you know, mark 2 this one over here. And, you know, these 2 right there. Set all of these for concrete. Give ourselves some mergers. Just send it over to that side. Oh boy. All right. There we go. And a merger. And we get to bring it home. We get to bring it some of the way home. When it gets to the top, it always kind of makes it a little weird looking right there every time you have to break it on the middle of a slope, but nothing to be done about it. Get on past toxicity. Grab the power pole. Kindly and gently drop it off over there. probably actually the wrong way to do that. Bring it to there. Kind of my one chance to get down here and fix it, isn't it? Or I'll never come back. I'll just have to know it exists. There we go. Take them on down. I see you about to do some stuff over there. I'm moving away, tree. Tree-like thing. 7. Oakley dokley. So much toxicity. You think I was on Twitter? Okay, so now we just have to have a thought on how we connect all of that. What, a deep cut? Yeah, they're feeling that burn. I got real nasty with it. I want to say we were under, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that should be powered. All we want to do is probably just take this over. Right? We'll just do a... We'll get like all square away. Go up. Get to about here. Turn 90 degrees. Go up. And I guess this could have been a 3-wall, right? It wouldn't have mattered at all. In that vein, let's make this a 2-wall, and let's not put it there. I want to be able to move in between them. Right about here, yeah. So we turn it, face it 90 degrees. We want it to be like right there. And then we come down to it. And really, anywhere we add, we really want to have this extra walkway of space. I'm just going to go 2 before. The next wall every time. We're just going to make that easy. What we kind of want is that there and that here. I want you on the far end, right? So we can do that. And what's this, like 1 after? All the way down with it. One of these days we'll release the 1.0 and we'll get to know what all these weird noises are. I keep whispering, they want us to collect them. Really, I'm going to enjoy my 1.0 stay. this year sometime. Not it? Alright, let's follow it all the way back and see what we fucked up. You know what? Let's handle this tree. I'm being a turd, not handling the tree. Tree handled. Also some limestone there. With all the limestone we have around here, we could do another one. At least it's easier to plug in if we do it here. We just drop it up there somehow. I say somehow. Easy. I don't actually know how I'd do it. Maybe a merger that just clips through and I don't think about it. I think when I come back and if I ever put walls and ceilings and stuff on this little bus here, that would do it for me. No, we're not gonna fuck with that. We do kind of want to get up there, but we could do it over here. Not enough places to get back on, honestly. Is this more sand ore? That's raw quartz. Here we go. Perfect. We actually need to be looking for the quartz next. If we come over to our little thing here, or we let everything else work in the background. Let's get rid of all the nodes that are currently showing. I don't know how available the quartz is. That's how available quartz is, by the way. 2 normal nodes way over there, and I am currently like here. Let's get rid of some of those other resource wells, I guess, so we can really see the map. There's 2 pures over here. I mean, this is close to where I get it in the other game. In my normal games, when I start over here somewhere. Where do I normally start? Oh, I start up here normally. So these are the 2 closest, and we could go rock a pure. We could bring back way too much. I do think the normals are probably fine, but we'll have to go out there and research it. Kind of what we predicted. The resource nodes are going to get farther and farther away. Yeah, we love a good soda cracking sound. All right. There's something happening here, but these are all Mark 1s. This is nearly a full belt, which I think is maybe the best we can ask. Like what is the holdup that causes this little gap? Is it the saturation? Do we gotta wait for everything to be saturated? Because that easily explains it. Or maybe this is just how manifolds, work. Yeah, the ones on the end should be full, right? Super full. That one and this one. So this one's part of the problem. Is there an issue here? Well, I guess we didn't Mark II the whole thing. But still, 60 limestone per minute. 60 limestone per minute is actually gonna deposit at 30 first. 30 per minute. And then over here, this has got to fill up. Once that fills up, this will deposit faster. That's the answer. So this actually isn't gonna fill up. I guess everything's Mark II. There we go. That backs up. That's gonna start to back up now. Cool. So this backing up. This is the one that shouldn't back up. Well, they should all be 100%, right? It's 69%. This is operating at 98.8%. I mean, the math is all here. The throughput is all here. But I guess if I don't do the splitters perfect and I manifold it, this is kind of what I'm asking for. Because I would have to pull I'm pulling 60 out, I'd have to split that 4 ways, sitting 3 into here. And then 1 over to this. Well, I guess what would that look like? So we did 1 splitter here. Splitter there. A splitter there and there. With 3 of these lanes going into that. And then we do that over here, where we go like... We got 120. We could handle it with 120 maybe a little easier. I'd still end up wanting to overflow it, and this would just... I hate it. I'm going away. It'll sort itself out. I'll just have to do it with that itty bitty. This is a full belt. Alright, it started a full belt at least. It's good. We're good. We're fine. Trust in the manifold. But quartz. We just need it. It's going to bring back 2 products, quartz crystals and silica. They're super easy to make, just as easy as the concrete is. It's more or less going to be about getting over there. If I look on the map here, we're going into brand new areas. The first one looks to be actually like over here a bunch. Over like there. That should be a temporary bit. And the other one, if I zoom out a bit to get them to match, is like up here, and that's quartz pure. Which, you know, I'd run to make sure, hey, let's do the pure. But I'm always in an abundance of silica. So why don't we just use the normal node? Pull 1 whole 60 into silica and 1 whole 60 into quartz crystal. I know it doesn't. It's going to be a little bit of math too. We're going to whiteboard that, but let's look at quartz in the Satisfactory wiki. Let me pull that up on the browser that we all can see. Raw quartz. So, what do we need to know about raw quartz? It makes 2 things, silica and quartz crystals. For quartz crystals, it's 5 quartz crystals. So 37.5 per minute. Let's actually go back. I opened it. No, these are the tabs. Yeah, okay. So 37.5 per minute consumed. I think silica is the rest of the 60 is 22.5. So yeah, they add up perfectly to 1 constructor per 60. Then one of them produces 37.5 per minute, and the other produces 22.5 per minute. So they kind of flip flop there. So that's what we get with 60. So we get 40.5 out of 1, and we can get, you know, 37.5 times 2. You know, we can get a belt of 60 here. Easily out of 2 and change. That's going to leave some over, and some of this quartz is going to overflow, and then we could throw down an extra to catch the overflow. We're never going to quite get 60 quartz crystals per minute on 2 normals, I guess is what we're talking, and I think that's okay. It is not heavily used yet. There are some alternate recipes, I think, to do some good work with it. I don't even know. Quartz crystals is, let's look it up. We're on that page. So the quartz crystal makes crystal oscillators, some radio control units, which, you know, is a great use, is an absolutely great use for pure nodes later on. The silica makes aluminum, Blade runners, and these are things we're going to handcraft. Non-fissile uranium. Yeah, okay, so let's go use the normals. They're not used in the construction too often. And we'll just dump down 5 constructors, 2 miners. Let's see, 5 constructors, 2 miners, and a whole bunch of belt work. We'll call it a day. So, where to go for it? What side to use? If we really look at the map, and we're going to stand dead center up here. And we'll see where it favors. I think some of it's terrain. Some of this has got to be terrain. So, it definitely feels like we come from this side, and it's going to be a copper side. Interesting pathing though. Because we wanted to come here. I would love it to be attached, you know, on the other side of this cloud, as an example. If it is up here, we can come all the way over. Actually, all the way over. We keep going this direction, and we just find a good, natural, flowing line for the terrain. It's only going to be too wide. Shit, where am I going? Let's refill on stuff. That's a long way to walk to not have all the things. You know, 2 portable miners, you know, whatever. Grab those, but really the concrete and the iron plates, which we have a pretty good amount of right now. I still would love a couple more stacks of each. And when we get back, we can start thinking about taking that down at some point. But, sort here. Let's dump organics. Bop, 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 bop. Sort. I think quartz. We have some quartz on us. We could always check to see if it's researchable at 10. I think 10 might be exactly the amount. Right, silica and 20. Blade runners. Okay. Yep. Now we're on the right track. So, grab a handful of plates. Grab a handful of... Okay. Going over here for the concrete. And we'll try to take power with this as well. We've actually detached the copper. So these are no longer doing any work, but gosh, we still have them going. Oh, so little concrete. But we do have full belt coming in now. You know, I guess that feels fine. Well, the rods don't feel fine. And we'll come back and do modular frames. We'll come back and do rotors, and we could do all those relatively close. Although there are good iron nodes out there, worth picking on. Right here. Cable. Let's sort. Let's take a full stack of cable. Let's take a full stack of wire. Right. Let's take these half stacks off. Full stack of rods. Oh, don't want to put that in there. That's the reinforced iron plates. We can sort and have room for 2 miners. There we go. Let's turn off this chainsaw. More peaceful coffee cup. And start heading out. And it's quartz we're bringing back. Quartz and silica. It's starting to fill out and feel good. Look at that. Materials coming in. There's a full stack of stuff happening over there. Bop, 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 dow, bow, bow. Bop, bow, dow, bow. We are off here factorying. And we look, I mean, we got a long way to cut it. I wonder if we hit the quartz button, it won't reach that far, right? If we're gonna come right on top of this, I feel is best. Yeah, we'll, as usual, we'll clear that. Oh! Exactly where we put it. No difference at all. 7. We don't need to go higher than that. The rest is going to be trees, right? So, we're not dodging trees, we're going through them. We're just going to keep going until the quartz is north. And we'll follow the terrain the best we can that way. Could have even came out from there, but oh yeah, we got a clip to go. Oh, I can see I'm not there yet. I don't even need that quite yet. It sometimes surprises me how far things are, because I've started to, the world's starting to feel a little smaller all of a sudden. So I'm looking over there. I'm kind of expecting it to have been closer. I think this is a little wall building. Wait till we get to trains. Or floor building? Foundation building? I know we're all excited about that. Yeah, a little more. So glad we can cut these. Let's go. I don't know if I've ever been in this area. This is relatively new to me. Alright, kind of an area. We can turn north. This feels northable. Fine, we'll keep going. Keep your secrets. We're gonna come to something we're gonna have to go around, aren't we? Because I can't cut down that giant pillar. Look at all this terrain. Oof. Maybe a little high. I said I'll stick close to the terrain, and then we're good. Don't worry about it. Train's kind of close. I can see it right there. There's terrain. It's at my level. We're not just flying through the sky. Oh hey, I've been looking out for those. I'm gonna need to start looking out for those wrecks. But, we will have a whole day of them. I think that's what I've come to as a decision. Oh my god, it's so far away. It's so far away. And this was the close one. And I guess we're not going there as a like straight line. We are taking a mildly longer route. Oh yeah, no, we're going that way. Cutting it down mostly because I want to see how close to the ground I am. And the answer is really close. Yeah, I mean, I'd say uncomfortably close for what I like to build. I don't like the grass coming through. But not so uncomfortable that I'm going to, like, build a giant ramp. Maybe just a little baby ramp. Take me higher to a place where something higher. All right, now we're really soaring over things. That's a whole new biome we're looking at right here. So I would feel a little better about it if we dip down. So let's dip down. You think, like, right here? I mean, this is going to cause me a big headache later, right? I'm going to have to go really far down and then really far up. And I've got to properly measure when to go back up. 'Cause we're going to the other end of this. Did I lose the UI? I had for a second. It's back. Oh, what if it's in a cave? I mean, it's not gonna be, but let's do a scan. Let's see the altitude of this stuff. It's not gonna beep for me here. Okay. I mean, I guess how far down do we go? We build ourselves a little factory. We could build a little factory right here. I don't even know what materials are hanging around here. This is new. I've not been here for sure. I don't think we're getting any more than that horizontally. Like, we have to start going back up. You know, we probably cut it too shallow, so we're gonna have to take a turn. And that might be cool. Turn left, turn right, climb this wall, rather than what we've done here. Maybe we'll fix it on the other side. Just give me 10. Give me the full 10, sir. There we go. And this is why we bring thousands of concrete, because we're gonna use it. That's the wreckage. We're gonna want to see that. We need jetpacks, something fierce. We will have to cut, I think, this short right here. One more. Because we're going to need some flat terrain to deal with. A turn? We might want to even consider going one wide, save some concrete, but I'd almost rather go back than stop. And I think the best way to jump up there is going to be these catwalk stairs. Yeah, it is. Hopefully it doesn't require anything crazy. Nope. That. Nope. Click. Thank you. I was gonna bash her out because I know there's just gonna be a hog here to knock me into fucking oblivion. Just the biggest hog with the horns. Maybe the missile hog. There he is. Before I knock myself into oblivion. We have the tools to build. Why are we... It must snap to a foundation. Foundations. Bop. Nope. Foundations. Bop. Architecture. Stairs. Yeah, the more interesting thing about this, it's got to snap, right? But what if I just delete that? Doesn't snap now. Shit. Alright. Alright, fine. Got me. Alright. Where you at? Yeah, you bugged out, huh? You bugged out. Oh! No, you bugged out. Not. You didn't bug out too much you can't hit me, apparently, but enough where I can't hit you. Alright. Good. Nice and ignorable, then. What's around here? Anything around here super nifty? I mean, it's this container we want, right? It needs megawatts. It's got, wait, megawatts. It needs 2 motors and power. Can I make motors? So first thing is production. Make sure we can even make motors. Jeez, alright. This is just the most sideways cliff ever. Let's get some motors down. I can make rotors. We haven't researched motors. So, map and sleazing. Oh man. That map. A little fix it. Come fix this later button. Cool. Cool. I think if we take a look at the map, yeah, we're fine. We can add those foundations in and just kind of turn this thing around. Like that. I think we have room for that. Alright, and then we take it just 10 up. This seems like a pretty nice way to go up and down. It's cleaner, at least. Woo. Against the canyon wall. Kind of clean. We directly... Oh, we're gonna have to wrap around. Do it again. Let's go 4 out. You know, it is possible to die out here. I've done a pretty good job of surviving. Not that I know anybody who's, you know, died out here ever. None of my friends. You know, let's, we'll give it the full 10. I think we're probably up there, but by giving it the full 10, we're definitely sure. Then we can always pull back down. We gotta go up there, I bet. So, like, turn here, maybe? So we're still fucking a mile away, aren't we? We're not. We're pretty close. I can't tell where it's at, though. Let's do it again. Like, what level? How tall? Wait a minute. I'm going to watch that circle go. It did not reping. Oh, Jesus. Way out there. Okay, that is a distance. I don't want to look at Caterium. I want to look at quartz. You see the circles out here. Alright, so we're going to stay close to the ground like we kind of wanted to originally. Foundations. And we're not quite north of it. I guess I'm being a little picky on when to turn. We could just go. Because it doesn't matter where the factory's at. It could be to the left or the right or, you know, whatever. So let's just avoid this tree and we'll make that the plan. Now we were 140 meters away. We should be closing in pretty rapidly. Then we can make our plan. Did not expect this much traversal, but not for quartz. I am very used to having quartz in my backyard. Which we just didn't have this time. I'm sorry. Did I pass it? I did. Oh no. I see you, fella. I think I've had problems with you before. We might have problems with you right now. I ain't got guns. So, smart me comes up here and says, go to storage. Most of you. That's fair. And then, smart me realizes he needs some of it to fulfill his plan. Concrete, not that. Then you can put down some other stuff. Because he's green. He is at least a level above what I have fought before. And I feel like maybe we can trap him. Take that, sucker. I don't give a shit about you anymore. All right. Problem solved. So, how do we make this factory? Well, let's make it close to the ground. Let's continue that thing of you know, working with our environments. Let's even give this guy a nice little ramp on top of his home, where he is now forever. Well, until he despawns and spawns just outside of it, and I, you know, never deal with it again because it doesn't matter. Let's find the other quartz. One's there, one's there. Is it below us? It is. That's right where he's at. Alright. That's fine. We know how to handle this. I mean, we're just gonna give him walls now, like real walls. I guess he doesn't get that. Let's go in down here. Walls. Yeah, basic walls. Let's see what we can trap in here. This way. Little containment center. Little Jurassic Park going on. We want to free him this way. Oh, did he get out somehow? Did he vanish? I can freely get rid of this. Oh, he dead. We killed him with walls. Foundations, I guess. Hell yeah, alright. We fucking Fortnited him. How many parts was that? 4 parts. Ooh, boy. He's chunky. Alright. Danger has been subverted. So, this is a good height in which to do things. Let's get on up here. Essentially, we can do the factory like right here, and then we can start hauling all the shit back, right? I usually have a lot more fun with this factory because it's kind of hanging over a cliff and the way it's arranged, but this is fine. We can make this cool too. Essentially feeding that way at 120. I don't even think we just need constructors, right? We already looked at it, but it is just constructors. Oh, right. We've got to do the research. So, I think we've earned the ability to mine it, so let's set that up. We'll even give it a logistics container, or an organization storage container. Right here with a nice little merger on it. Alright, we'll make sure that's a Mark II belt. Oh, you know, we're not going to be able to really get that going because we didn't bring power over here. I guess a biofuel burner goes a long way. So let's do that. Power. Bop. Bop, 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 bop. And we just go ahead, and the miners are like 5. So we only need the 1 biomass biofuel burner. Which if we, I think we have enough grass on us. Let's make a, there we go. Don't need to make anything. We'll just jumpstart it. So, now that we're mining it, it'll start to fill up, and we're going to want to do the research, right? So, let's build the MAM. That's the wrong way, ma'am. Can you face the other way, please, ma'am? Gotta be polite. It's your ma'am. Alright, quartz. With 20 of each, which we'll have in like 30 seconds. We'll be able to research these two. We'll be able to research our blade runners, which we can handcraft in a bit. Even, well, we might be able to handcraft here. That way we can run back quicker. That would be awesome. Like we only need 10 modular frames. Let's make them. We see how these would be quite a bit if we were trying to handcraft all that. Alright, quartz. 3 seconds. Confirmed. Quartz. 3 seconds. Confirmed. Now we just need silica, and we get that. I want to say again, we just do the constructor. There's no smelting. Yep. And we talked about it. It's 5. Kind of split up in a nice way. Can we pick up leaves, please? We don't need them coming through the terrain. Constructor. Yeah, maybe a little bit of playing with speed of it, but we'll find out. Alright, so splitters. One of these outputs a 37.5. Alright, and that's going to be, what, I think the silica? Yeah, our target, though, 30. Control copy, control paste. So that's going to slow it down to 80%. It's going to bring it down to 18 quartz per minute. This quartz crystal, on the other hand, produces at 22. And I'm going to want this to be 20. 88.8888. That will, if both of these are able to be, you know, underclocked just right, and let's double check. So this, to do this, all 3 of these, it will require 100 per minute. This is going to require 36 per minute, so 136. We are shy. We are a bit shy. We're 16 shy, so maybe we not copy paste. 33, 33, 33. We're 16 shy, right? So we can just set this to be 16 or let it do whatever. You know, 16 less. That would give us an idea of what we're producing, at least. So let's say, it's not quite half, but if I had 10, let's go 20 real quick. I hit N and go 33 minus 16, yeah, just boggling my mind, 17. So what this is to say 17.3333. Don't be at 10. If we hit 11, 10.5, 10.4. There it is. This will produce 10.4 per minute. It'll be a total of 50.4. We'll leave it at 20. And we're just going to count on the manifold doing its job. So bring the Mark II belts all the way down on the main portion of the manifold. Might as well keep them in here too. These themselves require a little bit of power. What's this? 4 megawatts. So I think we have enough to power all of this on what we're making. I don't need to save any of that power. And our last line goes there. I believe. I mean, the biofuel's fine. Let's go ahead and make some more. We'll leave this with a full 200 rods. Let it take its time. We could put down another one to really stretch out 400 rods, but I don't know if I want to sit here long enough to craft all the solid biofuel to make that happen. I just wanted to make sure I didn't give it all my biofuel because I want a couple for I want a little bit left over for cutting trees, right? So let's do another round. Let's do another round for myself. Oh, that's a lot of biofuel. Okay. While that's working, the silica is actually stocking up. And we'll go grab it. See if we can't get these robo legs going. And then the long ass journey of bringing everything back. Cool. All right, that's done. We'll call that done. Because you're fine. Right. You're not gonna like me being near you. I'm not gonna like me being near you. 50 silica. 55 silica. Not container. Quartz. Start that research. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Is this bombs? Explosive. There we go. Explosives. Which require red explosives. I still don't have. The Explorer. All these things we're going to be able to make real soon. Crystal Oscillator, right? That's a part. I'm not too excited about that. What we are excited enough about, though, is putting down an equipment workbench. Like, this is a real busy area, but we're not going back to make these. We're making them here. We need 3 rotors and 3 heavy or regular modular flames. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's actually 2. Where are the rotors? Okay, there's 4. And 3 of these. Cool, thank you. Blade runners, please. Hell yeah. Legs. We now can jump much higher. We now run much faster. The world just got a little bit smaller. And that being said, let's take it back. Just a full 60 on its way back there. And, you know, 54 point something on its way back here. But you know what, friends? I call good enough. Especially for this stuff. Let's just take it up this way. And give it that wall, window wall. And bring her on back. You friend, have a good time. Let's stock you back up. There we go. Nice, easy turns. Just you. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We know this. We know this routine. One, two, 3, 4, 5, and really just here. Oh, nope, not in the back. Right there. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Check this message. Is somebody making plans? Nobody's making plans. All right. One of my Discord groups has been playing Void Train. Had a message. Didn't know if it was more Rocket League talk or maybe they were talking about actually getting the Void Train back together. I think that was 6. I feel like I kind of winged it at the end. A couple of these loop turns. Little U-turn, loop turn. Probably made easier if I do it this way. At least for this one, for sure. Void Train tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, I think Thursdays are good days. Just get Tech on board before he gets other plans or see what his Rocket League plans are. Don't jump off. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Void Train's been fun. It's been a fun game. I mean, it sounds like we needed Raft again because Raft worked out really well for us. And Void Train is essentially Raft so far. Maybe worse raft. Still a good fit for what we're doing with it. Yeah, we're still early. It's hard to tell. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, you saw what I saw. We're heading back for plates, y'all. Fortunately, well, we can do this. I don't think this hurts. Oh, that hurts. UI is a downgrade for sure. I think I had a button for this. We're gonna change a hotkey so I can slide better. Key bindings. Crouch. Did I miss it? Player movement. Alright, crouch C. Mouse 4. Well, I'm gonna slide up here. I mean, we spent almost a full like 3-4 hours trying to find a co-op game that worked for all of us, so I guess it doesn't matter if it's great or not. We agreed to play something, and that matters. Yeah, this is a little faster. Tried the Void Trade demo a while back. Seems like a neat concept. It's pretty good. I do recommend Raft if you haven't played that first. They seem to be trying to strive for the very similar concept, where you're moving around, collecting resources, and then intermittent story missions. We also didn't grab power, so I'm glad we're a little faster now. We didn't start like running power back. And we're gonna need to connect this to the main power. Yeah, oh gosh, so glad we have these now. Is there an auto sprint now that I'm looking? Like, player movement's nice. Hold the sprint off, right? There we go. Toggle sprint. Control whether stopping movement automatically releases the sprint key. No, we want to always be sprinting, right? So, yeah, there we go. That's clean. We took a while to get here, and we didn't have to. This could be one of the first things you research. Down here. So, essentially we'll take all of them. And then I'll come over here and deposit the organics. Delete the single. I guess we don't really want to hold on to this biomass. We can get rid of it. Anything over here that doesn't really need to? Because this is a good pile of stuff. Yeah, we don't need to sit on a miner. Miners, we're never gonna look here for it. One piece of wood, sorts. Silicas, whatever. All right, and so things that make we're probably gonna want. I thought this was gonna be cool. We're gonna want it to auto-release sprint because I keep pressing shift when I start. But at least when I have momentum, I'll know better. All right, so other things we don't have a lot of that we're probably gonna need some of. We don't need to concrete as much, but we should grab a little of it. Just a full 2 stacks. I don't know if they're made for walls, but they're made for power. Let's grab another stack. Cable wire. I mean, it all seems like we have enough, but I no need to go in empty-handed. No need to go in with less stuff. So this stuff's pretty needed. All right. Yeah, always be sprinting. Like, if I want to always be sprinting, I kind of want to take that button away. All right, so if we come to, like, we take off auto-release sprint, and then I just change the key binding to, like, mouse 5. All right, now when I'm not doing it. Wait, why is that jumping? Did I just say it's jump? Excuse me. Sorry. Real close to the microphone. I just changed jump, didn't I? I did. Jump is space. That's fine. That could be mouse button 5. There we go. Cool. So we'll bring power to the machines, and then I'll bring the belts in. Really, always be sliding. That's where all this power. That's where all the speed's coming from. I'm sliding for just a bit. I'm just gonna hold the slide button, and all I gotta do is press space. Where's my toggle crouch button? Even getting the momentum's easy enough. Here we go. Now we're fighting with blade legs. Sprint speed, slide speed, jump speed, and most importantly, slide jump speed. And look at all these equipments we're gonna one day worry about. Okay, we made it. That was good. That was good. Oh, let's chill out for a second. This was also something I wouldn't have minded redoing. Kind of like, oh, coming out to here. Yeah, that sprint button's gonna get me. That can't be a thing. Player movement. Okay, so I kind of like what we did over there. I feel like we could do it like right here pretty easily, but we'd need to like delete a heck of a lot. I think redoing this now will make me feel a lot better about the project as a whole. Now that's 50. But I want to do it from up here. Confirm Thursday. Glad to hear it. Thanks for running that back. That's gonna be a good time. All right. Now we have a direction. That was faster than I was really expecting. Let's go down a bit that way. And we'll do the flat land again. And we'll turn it around. And then we'll do the flat area again. I mean, don't let me underestimate how close quartz normally is to my base. It's pretty close normally. This is a whole hell of a lot of moving around. It's a long ass distance. It was literally backdoor at my normal base. This is gonna be, I mean, this is gonna be toxicity. One more. Toxic cloud, really, what we're getting at here. We could do a little more to bring this in, I think. I think we start it from up here and go down. It'd be easier to line up. We'll see how far we gotta take that down to line it up. I want to say it lines up to this block, right? So bring that foundation over. We only brought it up so soon because we weren't sure it was gonna. We weren't sure we're gonna make it up the mountain. So really, that's fine. Here we go. We be sprinting and sprinting, and we can't really slide jump up hills. But we can regular sprint, although not if we like are trying to juggle with our hands. Let's go all the way back. Let's get the power catching up. You can see everything's nice and backed up. Just at the top of this, it's a quick turn, and we'll have power. Oh, we're back to slide jumping. Cool. All right. I think the easiest thing to do is really just going to be to leave these right alongside the wall. There's an argument he had where we attach it to the wall, but that requires like twice as much clicking, maybe even 3 times as much clicking, because you got to put it on one side of the wall and then the other side of the wall. I guess you don't have to, but it won't automatically use the double wall. guess we could drop it off right in here. Make that a cleaner transition. And then just follow the wall again. There we go. All right. Now we just got to make it all the way back. The easy part. And then immediately go into another big ass project that's gonna take all the distance that we just did and make it look small. Not really, because we're gonna use nodes nearby next. Yeah, they're going right to the bottom, so that's nice. Like, this is a decent, like, it's perfect 6. I think we want to come back on the side. I guess it doesn't matter in the slightest, but one, two, three, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, 4, 5, right at the bottom. You can see that, like, if we cross, it's just a little too long, because that's because these get exactly 6 blocks. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So now I take this belt. It works there. Oh, it does work there. Maybe it's not 7, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not 7. This is not gonna work. Son of a bitch. Is it 8? I bet it was 8. Man, I'm seeing I'm seeming a whole lot less reliable all of a sudden. I'll tell you what's really seeming unreliable. I'm not seeing this shit move down the hill. I better see it move down the hill before I start going up the hill. I'm gonna have to come back and check and see what the problem is. Yeah, I bet it's 8. I knew it was. I remember being an even number, and for some reason I latched on to 6 at the beginning of this, and that became my truth. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because we did it as 6 before. Okay, wait a minute. That was 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8. It is not 8. It is 7. I think there was some reason, and it might have been the slant. It could be the blueprint. 3, 4. Well, blueprints are 5. It might be the slant because that's where I saw it was too long, and maybe think about running, testing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, cool. We're not in the toxic that long. It might be 6 on a flat surface, or sorry, 7 on a flat surface, but 6 when you've got to cover a distance diagonally. 3, 4, 5, 6. Like if I put 7 here, that doesn't work. Yeah, that was probably it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably where I got the idea for 6. All right. Before we go uphill, let's go find the materials. Make sure they're moving. All right, they are moving. They're just moving a lot slower. Like 60 per minute feels like it should be faster. But that's clearly 60 a minute. That's the belt. They would be real fucked up if the factory game did that wrong. Now, do we have power on this? Let's make sure we didn't like fuck up the power line. There's no connection here. We're missing power. I just got it. I knew at one point I had just copied a pole without copying the power line. Because I know this connects all the way to a burner. And there's a culprit. There's the power. Okay, we gotta be careful. There's some big jumps here. Okay, we can slide down here, but if you jump too soon, kill myself with it. Alright, how are we doing on stuff? Pretty good. That's still powered. I mean, I guess this is still nothing compared to the, like that one power I was working on right before we stopped playing with the turbo fuel. I don't even think that was turbo fuel. It was just fuel. It was fuel done really well. It might have been turbo fuel. Fuel with all the right alternate recipes is incredibly efficient, but you still got to set up like the 200 something fuel generators that you know, it needs to work. Like, oh, it doesn't take but any, you know, you recycle the water. You recycle the tubes, the plastic containers for the water. You use a little bit of oil. You send plastic in to make rubber, in to make plastic, in to make rubber, in to make fuel. And then before you know it, you need 200 fuel generators. Huge project, all day project. I look forward to getting there here. Oh, I feel like we're getting so close. I want to say it doesn't matter yet which side I'm on. And the worst is going to matter is I'm going to have to make an adjustment near the end if I get it wrong. But there's enough zigzags coming up that I'll have to make that decision multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that'll be about right. Right before the dip. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a little bit of a dip here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all of this, by the way, 5 constructors, 2 miners. This is where you're like, this is where trains become real fucking cool. And not that, we run a train out just for this, because that would be similar amounts of work. It's that we run the train out to a location that is more central, and then do a whole bunch of things there. Trains also carry power, so you don't have to run the power line alongside the train line. But this is a necessary step. But we're going to flip sides right here. If I ever have to run a second line along here, I'm going to hate myself for all these little back and forths. So I can make sure we have power at every step of the way. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, because we might get there one wall faster if we do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And these are just one big giant straightaway. So just get her moving. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna see this so few. I don't even care about these trees. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we might have actually discussed the point where we can see it's not going to save us a wall. Because there's only 2 spots here, and we didn't do that 4 times, I think. But we're getting pretty fast. We're clickety clickety. Hopefully it doesn't mean mistakes are being made. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does that connect? It did. Power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Part of the problem here, let me just stretch. Oh, the part that makes this worse is I'm like rushing through. Like I'm trying to click as fast and as strenuous as quickly as possible. My mouth, I'm parched. I haven't had a drink of the soda. There's no need to do this to myself. I can stretch every once in a while, take a drink, move my arms around. Time efficiency, right? Yeah, water check. Thank you, John. I got it. Y'all weren't looking out for me. I see. Oh, good thing there's some water in this. It's just like, oh, we're gonna get this done as fast as possible. It's okay to take 30 seconds. Who am I racing? I'm racing the desire to be done with this part. I think is all that's happening. But this kind of work is what makes the factory grow. I mean, hell, I'm beating back the materials. They're way back there. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's pretty good. You can still click fast now. You can even come over here and clear out some trees, right? Ooh, I don't have to even get off the path. Alright, let's check, make sure you're still connected. Cool. Now, these little short elevations that keep with the terrain, they're nice. But they're definitely making me do a lot more short intervals here. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can see the base. We're within range. We just gotta plug it in. I think some of that work's done, but not all of it. We can even get rid of some of these leaves. Let's get rid of this tree. We can come under. We can come under. It can look nice right here. This is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, here's the here's where we work our way in. And this is, I had a plan. I have a plan. We get to like here, and we are on the wrong side, but we just got to shift over and up. There we go. All the way powered. Over and up for 1 block. Which then lets us come down without crisscrossing or overlapping any parts unnecessarily. There we go. The home fucking stretch. We actually made progress today. We didn't just rebuild all the things we had already rebuilt. Yeah, let's go over this. Let's check. Let's follow it in. Oh, we're not going to follow it in. Let's go look at it. And then we'll come back. We've got an old base to destroy. And another new material to make. How far back are we? How far ahead, I guess, did we get is a better question, but... This is the pit. This was the farthest we had gone out before. It's moving. Doesn't get any faster than that. Wee, motherfucker, wee. Let's go. Hop in and slide in. And now we need more parts. We need more things. So, what do we need? Heavy modular frames and rotors would be a great start. And we're doing a little bit of the reinforced plates required for heavy modular frames. We've got some extra iron that's hiding up here that could also be used. Let's count. Let's count our resources. There's an impure. There's an impure. Let's actually, we just count them this way. We're planning. So. Ooh, purity, temp. Oh, they're not forever. There's some impure up there. We've got lots of iron hanging around in this little area. Let's start a little bit of note taking over here. On what we have available. So, let's hit that button again. Actually, we can use better yet. Let's hit the browser. Take a look at the map. Oh, I've clicked the wrong browser. Okay. Look at the interactive map. Resource nodes. We've just finished off quartz. That's doing its thing. It's iron ore in this vicinity we want to look at. And what we've got is quite a bit, actually. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 impures. So 8 times 30 per minute. And then 3 times 60 per minute. And we have two things we want to build. One is modular frames. We'll leave some space, and the other is rotors. This is a total of 240 and 180 per minute of iron. We are whiteboarding, and I didn't put the whiteboard, so there you go. Here's your whiteboard look. In the game, I'm going to throw down a constructor, and we're going to look at kind of how much it takes to make these things. So I know these are kind of expensive, and they're actually made in assemblers, which need rotors. So back to the game for a minute. Are they both made? Were they both made in assemblers, or did I skip over a rotor somehow? We kind of have factory space here, but I don't want to use it. That's still dunking. All those things are still being dunked. Rotors. We want to make, I don't know, a number of rotors. We'll call it like 6, 8. They make it quick enough. Or I guess we'll call it 10. Alright. Assembler. Pop you there, and let's pop the constructor down as well. Because we're going to need to read some recipes. Yeah, there's the rotor. There's the modular frame. Oh, we can even make the AI limiter. That's not a terrible idea. There's some copper hanging out over there we could steal and bring it in. So, modular frame. This is 2 per minute. One of these, 2 per minute. That's a lot. All right, very little. That's very little. It requires 12 iron. Oh, whiteboarding. Sorry. 12. So let's make this easy. So we have 240 per minute plus 180 per minute. That's iron available to us in close proximity. Modular frames, which is the end result, 2 per minute. That's going to require 12 iron rods and 3 reinforced iron plates per minute. The iron rods, 12 iron rods per minute is... It's iron rods, right? Yeah, iron rods. So 12 iron rods per minute is 12 ingots per minute. Iron ingot 12 per minute. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. Our reinforced iron plates are... We need 3. This is 5. Which is to say... How does that work? Down here, it's actually 30 iron plates. And 12 screws become 5 reinforced iron plates, right? Common denominator, like, it's 15, right? Lowest common denominator is 15. Which is to say, if we multiply all this by 3, we get 15, we get 90, we get, I'm probably going about this the wrong way, we get 36. If we multiply all this by 5, right, that's 15. Then we want to, this is 15, to get back to 3, we divide everything by 5. Divide 90 by 5. 40, 18. And 36 divided by 5. Which, you know, isn't clean, and I don't feel like bad using a calculator. 7.2 screws. And 18 iron plates. Each of which require how many ingots? Because we're getting down this to an ingot number and seeing how we want to divide it. Ingots for... I'm in the assembler still. I'm just going to move over to the constructor. We don't need to go to the board. Iron ingots for plates. 3-to-2 ratio. So a 3-to-2 ratio there is... What, divided by 2 times 3? 18. Brain frying. This goes a direction. This is math. I need to produce 18 per minute. I need not quite 30 per minute, right? That's the idea. It's going to be 27. 27 iron ingots to make 18 iron plates. Screws are rods, and that's a whole mess. So screws are rods. Screws are 40, 1-to-4 ratio. 10 makes 40, right? So 7.2 divided by 4, real quick. I need 1.8 screws per minute, which needs 1.8 iron ingots, which is all to say 27 plus 1.8 plus 12, that is 40.8 iron ingots to make one assembler's worth of modular frames. We have 240 plus 180 to work with. Let's go ahead and do that. 240 plus 180. It's 420. A lol. If we divide that by 2, and let's assume we want to equally divide our rotors and frames, we're going to get 210 each. 210 divided by our new number, 40.8. 210 divided by the number we need of iron ingots means we can get about 5 of these going, or 10 per minute. Let's do that math again. Whew. But let's do it for rotors, and I think rotors are a lot simpler. So let's look at the rotor. It still requires an assembler. I believe this is as complicated as the reinforced iron plate, right? So we can make 4 per minute for rotors in one machine. That's going to require 20 iron rods per minute and 100 screws per minute. Now we get this into an iron rod number. We learned earlier that that screws to iron rod is 1-to-4. So this is actually 25 iron rods for a total of 45 iron rods, which are a total of 45 iron ingots, because it's a 1-to-1 ratio per minute. 45, I think it's a similar number, but it's the math of 210, right? So we take 210 divided by 45, and we get 4.6, right? So we get times 5. Times 5 is going to be 20 per minute for our rotors. 10 per minute on modular frames, 20 per minute on rotors. If we go back and look, I bet we're like 10 per minute on reinforced iron plates. So this is all fine. 210. This is a doable number. It's going to take a bunch of stuff. So what have we learned? A little bit. So let's take the big notes and put them down. We're going to have 5 assemblers, and 5 assemblers for the rotors and the modular frames. That's each going to be 210-ish iron ingots. And we'll just have to sort that bit out. Working backwards of the number of machines we need to make this happen and what that's gonna look like. So the easy one first. Let's do rotors, because we determined that that's just a bunch of screws and rods. To make 5 of these machines running. This is going to be 20 per minute. To make 5 of these rotor machines, we're going to need 500 screws per minute. A screw at 500 screws per minute needs, they're 40 apiece. So 10, 12, 13 screw constructors. That in turn, it's going to need a number of rod constructors. I believe it's a 2 to 3 ratio, but it's going to need 130 rods per minute, which in turn is not 10, but whatever 130 divided by 15 is. 9 constructors. This is a pretty big factory. One of the biggest ones we've made. We might look at verticality on this one. But that doesn't cover all the rods, because we need rods for just rods. And to be specific, this is actually 8.66 repeating, because that might be important for the math we're about to do. Because now we need to know that this also requires 20 rods per minute, and times 5 of that is 100 rods per minute. So we go 100 rods per minute is its own number of constructors, which is 100 divided by 15, which is 6.666. We add that to 8.66666, and we get 15.3 total. 0.3, so round up to 16 screw constructors total. But you see what's going on here. Oh, yeah, see what's going on here. So now we draw it out. We've got, let's make that note, 16, 13, 5. And however many smelters that is. 210 divided by 30, right? So 210 divided by 30, 7. So the actual factory for 5 rotors will be as follows. 7 smelters feeding into 16 rods, feeding into 13 screws, feeding into 5 assemblers, and most importantly, like that. And all those numbers work out. Probably work out. Let's do that. So 7 smelters is 210 iron ingots. 210 iron ingots fed into rods, and that's 16 rods. So 16 rod constructors times 15, it's actually 240. We could use up to 240, but I believe it was like 15.6666 or 15.33333 times 15. That is 290. We need a couple more. We did some rounding, but did the rounding screw us up yet? Or it was this one we were going to be short on. That's what it was. It wasn't a full 5 assemblers. It comes out to like 4.66. So this is working. This is working. Sorry, 210 smelted. Let's work up. Let's see, make sure we get the 4.6. Our 210 smelting times, well, divided by 15. It's actually 14. We're smelting 210. We're smelting 210. One second. Yeah, okay, so we are smelting 210. That 210 is used on the rods at 15 per minute. That is only 14 rods. That's all we can do. We send that into screws at 14 rods. 14 rods times 15. We're making 210 rods per minute because they make 1 to 1. Now, 13 screws, and let's 13 screws use how many per minute again? Or 1 to 4 ratio. And then if we have, let's say, we have 13, so we're using 130. We're using 130 rods. So this is 130 that way, and then 80 this way. 80 straight to the assembler. Yes, you say my math is wrong, but I think you're just trying to screw with me. So 130 iron rods going in there is going to make 13 times 4. I think this was also another rounded, another place where we rounded. 13 times 40, that's 520. And 80 into the assembler. The assembler itself, we talked about it before, is gonna want, does want 500, which we meet with the screws and then some. But then it's 100. It needs 100 here, which we're not meeting. Now that being said, it is 4.66. So let's do 4.66. Math is easy, right? 4.6 times. Math is easy. 4.6 times 20. We actually want 92. The real number we want is 92 over here. And the real number we want for the screws, 4.6 times 100 is just 460. Okay. We're almost there. So, if we somehow set 92 up, I guess how would we get 460 out of the screws? Did we have to cut down any of those? Did we round the wrong way? 460 divided by 40 is 11.5 screws. And 11.5 screws would use exactly as many as we were going to consume. So 460 divided by 40 divided by 4? No. 460 is the output of screws. It takes 115 rods to make that happen. So that's 1/4 of 115. And if we add 115 and 92, we get 207. So this number and that number, 115 plus 92, is less than 210. Which if we simplify all this again and make our lives easier, we need 7 smelters, 14 rods, 11.5 screws, 4.6 assemblers. And the rest of these 14 rods will overflow successfully to the assembler, and that's a piece of cake. There we go. Solved. The hardest thing will be getting 210, getting exactly 210 iron into there. Which we have, I guess we can look at. We've got three normal nodes and a whole bunch of impures. Those 3 normal nodes plus 1 impure, so 4 total, that's 210. So, let's push that aside. Let's get to the game. I'm going to do that after I refresh my drink. It's time to build, y'all. They're factorying. Okie dokie. Yeah, hit the F5 on the beverage. You're in a prime mood. Let's see. We got messages. What's going on with messages? All right. You're in a good mood. You got some good puns, jokes today, John. And I appreciate it. Let's unfuck our hair a bit. Which actually get to the point where it's kind of in my eyes sometimes, and I don't have a lot of ways to deal with it. Because it's not long enough to deal with yet. But we'll get there. We got ponytails in our future. Maybe hair clips. Who knows? Oof, so many options. But we mathed out our factory. It's gonna take a lot of pieces. Actually, we're gonna make sure. Is that gonna be iron because I didn't specify, or is it gonna be everything? Literally one of these. Now we had a lot of other impures. They were all hiding up here. There were 4 up here. 4, 5, 6. 6 times, that's 180 right here. Because we're gonna have a 210 twice, right? So this is 180. 6 times 30 is another 180 up here. And then like a stray amount coming all the way around. Kind of the best way to route these is what we're looking at. I had a period of a lot of watch caps when I was that length. So, if we get 180 from here, 180 from here, it might be better to do... I guess we're just going to have to pull it over from here, like, individually. Let's go ahead and build all the miners that we need. Go ahead and hook them up and just start transporting ore, right, where it needs to be. In the appropriate belt length size. Because we've got 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 11. We're going to need 11 portable miners. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right. We're also going to need lots of belt work and concrete, which, you know, we're producing so much faster. Probably get rid of some of this work here and grab ourselves more of this. All right. Sort that out. Just give me the 200. All right. I think what we do, these are 2 factories are going to be like very close to each other. They're going to be producing, you know, all the way over here is where they're going to be. In fact, all of this, you know, donezo, right? I don't have room. I'm not going to have room for any of this. I don't even need that many miners because I've already got 3 miners down. Let's just go and take 3 out because I'm about to fill our inventory with junk. I guess we're smelting. We don't need to undo the smelting. We can just pick these lines up and go that way. So we'll give ourselves an area on the world grid up here, and then we'll request. We'll send down, you know, 4 conveyor lifts, and we can route that ore over here. So this is the space where, you know, rotors is gonna exist. We'll build it even with the terrain. And I want to say that having this be 20, I'm going to look over real quick at the Satisfactory wiki. Because motors are a thing that's coming up. And the motor itself requires stators and rotors at a clip of 10 per minute. Stator is something we don't have yet. The fact that we're making 20 rotors here, we're putting a lot into this. We might only deposit 10 per minute and have the other prepared for a motor factory. And not even a motor factory. A motor assembler. Right? I mean, a stator is a whole nother project. And that's going to require steel pipe and wire. But if we can get 10 per minute of that running over here, then, oh man, we're going to shove those together for a whole, you know, very little motors. Which might be a good argument for, you know, leaving and getting a motor factory elsewhere. But even getting a handful of motors that we handcraft, maybe not handcraft, but hand feed into an assembler might be nice too. Because that's going to be train parts. Part of the train parts, right? Motors and heavy modular frames. And we did this thing with our space elevator, which will come up eventually, where we will be hand feeding space elevator factory parts into the space elevator. But we're putting this here because the materials are ripe. And the more I look at it now, the more I don't want to use their... I don't want to use the foundations they had. So let's start here. Right there. That's the jumping off point for the whole factory. Alright. We'll shoot it out in a couple directions. Not a lot of bit of space, but a little bit of space. I think we're gonna come down and build with the terrain a bit. See what we get away with if we shape this a bit like the cliff. Fine. Bye-bye, foliage. Let's get rid of these trees while we can. Oh, I did not reach. If we're gonna play it close to the ground, these are definitely gonna be in the way. And we're gonna push a little later tonight, fellas. Let's get some factory parts dunked into our... Just make up some ground for all this refactoring we've been doing. We want trains by Friday, right? Does this change to a single mode? What is going on? Yeah, that is not what we want. Anyway. We can just... pick up leaves faster, right? Are we having a problem? Was our game freaking out? We should restart. We'll restart. Jump up. Save this game. Let's auto-save it. Do a quick hold. Exit to desktop. Very cool. All right. Hit that continue button and we should get right back in. Okay, continuing to play with the terrain here. We then go up, just not even this much. Yeah. Maybe that much. Maybe We go up the whole 8 meters. I've seen this work somewhere before. We put all the foundations down. We're definitely molding ourselves kind of tightly to the terrain. I wouldn't say perfectly. And then we see how we can best fit this in. Oh, you son of a bitch. There we go. All right. And then it came down here. And this is going to be, you know, it's got to be at least an amount wide, right? I think it's 3 up here. We got 3, 4? 4 deep. Yeah, 4 deep. And we'll trim it afterwards. That being said, we want to request all the ore. I don't want it to come in, you know. Right about here. We're going to want a number of lanes is 4 lanes at 60. Let's just bring them at 60 and then we'll decide if we need to do anything else about it. Let's take all this space back here. No need not to, right? And we're gonna want 3 lanes. Kind of here. Stop the moving. Yeah, we're gonna make sure we go the right way with that. I want to go in. And this one, I have an idea for. But essentially, these will be... you know, sloped into. Or, mind you. And this one's got to come from, like, way over here. So we can actually, like, create a pathway up here where it's going to be, you know, run into. Some of the foliage over here. And what we get is, can we bring it from over there to here, right? Like that's the... we only need some of it. The rest of it's got to go to the other side, right? So we can bring that to, like, to there. which lets us use the double. It's gonna be 30 and 30. Right over here. Oh, we're not even on the world grid either. We're just free floating. It occurs to me now. But conveyor and conveyor right at the top here. Miners. We gotta break rocks. There we go. Alright. We have another miner we can copy. Just gonna slam it that way and that way. We've got some power nearby. We can give ourselves some ramps. Take down some trees. Now we're starting to add some flavor and some color to this. Each of these only 30. And it's very important that they be kept separate. This is how we get to 210. Okay, we're familiar with this bit right here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got this lane, which becomes essentially that lane. Bop. Right there. Cool. Hey, little big guy. He's just hanging out up there. All right, so. Good length, good length. I think we end it there and it 90, doesn't it? No. Yeah, we'll take it. All right, there's one. Well, there's, I guess, 30, for being specific. Hello. And now we can get rid of this. Probably just like everything that's up here, but we'll let that, you know, cook for a bit, right? Not down here, though. Essentially, everything's got to go. We're not doing any of the smelting here. I thought I deleted all of it. I did. I just didn't get the smelters. All right. How much room do I have? Let's make some. Easiest, one of my power grids. Oh no. One of my power grids. Take all, and I think it's just because it's disconnected. Can we get it all back on? Alright, we are very, very close to capacity here too. We need to, we just gotta disconnect some machines, right? And probably some miners. This one does not do anything anymore. Clean it up in parts. I like that machine goes. They will start to use less power as they're not getting fed. We can speed up that process a little. If we don't mind, you know, losing a handful of bags. So we go to that, we get rid of the wood still. It's a whole bunch of miners we don't currently need here. Hold control and just get rid of all of them. And the ingots, definitely taking up space. There we go. So essentially what I need to do is just make sure we're still connected to power in all the places that matter. And get rid of parts that are hanging around. Alright, we can cleanly get rid of this stuff. Still got to make sure it's all kind of connected to power, which is part of the, like, this is a little messy. It's hard to tell if it's all one unit of power or not. We could do a little bit of that work though by, let's say we get to here, we come up. Alright, we can go, hey, you're disconnected now, but also connected. This is a cleaner way to do it anyway. Who knows how we've already screwed up the power, which little facilities aren't running until they literally start to show us they're not running. So the main power line for all this is over here. It connects to that. So whatever this is connected to, you know, gets to work. So for example, that. And then this main line does continue. It's a little, you know, maybe tighter than it needs to be, right? We can, you know, remove some pieces and then reattach them. It doesn't need to be nearly as cluttered down here, because it was running a lot more machines than it currently is. We just got to make sure all the lines get reconnected. Really, this right here goes. We can follow this line. To like here. To like there. Theoretically, not that one. Those lines can vanish now. That connects all of that, even though it's already connected. Makes it Like we're double sure it's connected. Are these no power? They're no power. So, you know, we connect that. I think a lot of this power actually gets connected on the back end, but if it's not, we need it to. But like, let's come over here. Do these now have power? Now let's get these main lines connected, and everything should be working now. I look at this, we just connected for a bit. And we got everything reconnected. All right. So we'll come back to this. We've got a handful of lines to connect. Essentially, we want to take that. I guess we don't want to actually mess with this on the grid. So, what does that look like? What if we do that a handful of times? These little conveyor stands are gonna stick out everywhere until we find them just hanging around. I love this. Finally cleaning up the first couple iron ore nodes. Let's bring you over. To lie right in front of it. So if we can follow the same path here. Curve you around. Right in front of it. And essentially the same path here. A little wider. There we go. 210. Why is the factory so unorganized? You're just messing with me and I know it. Is there so much organization? Alright. So, 7 smelters. Production. Smelter lines. We can run 120 on a belt, but after that we're gonna need 2 belts, right? What's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which is to say we're gonna merge some lines. And where we merge them is, I guess, part of the question. We probably don't want that to actually be a slope, because we're going to want this space. It's going to come from there. We merge this. This is 90. That's going to give us going to give us this. That not. I kind of want that centered. It's got to be a Mark II. And it's got to be centered there and deposited there. Mark II belt. Invalid shape. This means this has to be pushed back a little more. So we're gonna need that line. There's no way to slam these in any better than that. We're gonna do the same over here. Oh, that's a full a full 120 belt. Come in this way. All right, so 90. This is going to be the first 3 machines. We're going to put those into splitters. 1, 2, 3. Mark II belts. Interesting why that's why I fucked that up. Okay, 90. We have to configure these for iron. Let's copy and paste it all. And then we need more splitters. This one comes in from there, but then we take it over. We just gotta rotate it for 4. This also makes it 1-to-1. This will come out. That is to say, this will come out exactly as fast as it goes in. It takes 30 ore to make 30 ingots. Oh, it is 2. Alright, I wanted to make sure. Thanks for the remains, pup. I guess hog. Alien hog. Alright. Now we gotta power it. We're gonna come down, pop it right there. There's a better place for that. It is directly under. Right there. Bop, 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 bop. Rotor factory. Bop, 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 bop. Rotor factory. So now we got the ore. Now we just gotta take it off. 7 smelters done. Now we bring it into 14 rods. All of it evenly somehow. Let's see. We want to merge it. Let's say this direction. That's 90. We know that's 90. Is 120. That is to say that of the 7, we've got to split 3 and 4. Is it possible? It is possible to split this one both ways. So this merger still happens. Okay, that's how we do it. Mergers are great, but we take this one this direction. And what actually comes out of the middle one is a splitter that takes from there and goes in both directions. So now we have 105 going each way. It also should say I'm putting it on the wrong belts. Because these need to be Mark IIs. All of them. Not all of them, but, you know, the main ones. They come up here. And maybe even out there. And essentially, they got to get into 14 constructors. Seven each. So, before we bring this up, let's put down the constructors and see where we're at. I feel like we might need to do some thinking. Because that's half of them. And up further, we're gonna need 11. So we do have to go wider. And we can even cut them in half. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Which would make it easier if we just took this. Where's the out? The output is over here. And we took it out and we ran it over here. Centered it. That's clean? That's clean. Alright. All of these are rods, so we need splitters. Starts from down there, and then continues from the right to the left. And we go in. These are coming in and out at a 1-to-1 ratio, so what is, you know, 210 ingots will be 210 ingots. We'll need a lot of Mark II belts. Let's go ahead and get the rods configured, settings copied and pasted. We'll get half of them going, and then we'll get the other half. And then we'll take a look at where they need to output. Keeping these on 2 separate belts is how we're handling throughput right now. Splitter's going to come from down below to start, and then it's going to come from the right. Oopsie. Coming from the right. Line it up. And dunk it in. taking this grassy plain start, guys, and we're making it our own. Alright, let's get it powered on. Let's go ahead and put one here, even though it's not going into a machine. It'll be a free pull for later. And this gets to go there. Alright, now they're moving. What we've got again is 11.5 screws. Oh, and we said, could we fit it up here? We have room. Do we actually have room? Let's find out. So, a merger. I'm going that way. A constructor. There. And another merger. Yeah. We have room. Alright. So this is screws. We need 11.5 screws. This actually presents a really, really tough problem for belt work. Which is to say that 3 machines is a belt. With 11.5 of these, we need 4 belts. Okay, we can tackle that in a second. 4 belts, 4 and some change assemblers, you know. How'd you just do that? Build multiple foundations. Oh man, you're gonna learn about the zooping. So, say I want to build this foundation. You can see right now it says build mode zoop. This is default in the game. If you hit R, you change that build mode. So you're seeing default, where you have to build like this. But if you press R, build mode becomes zoop. And you click once, and then drag up to 10 in a straight direction. And you bring it back. Zooping. Change, huge change. As you're probably aware by now, one at a time really starts to suck. So they put it in the game, what, update 7, update 6? I was actually modding that particular feature for a while because it was so terrible to deal with. Oh yeah, game changer. How long have you been playing without zooping? Because that could be a tragedy, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, man. How far are you in your satisfactory journey? That's a... I am the curious now. Alright, let's go ahead and dump off some of our organics, and we may need to look at these soon and consider some more research. Do we have the things to make the assemblers we want? We don't. We need to make some rotors. I only just picked up the game. I have like 10 hours. Awesome. Welcome. Satisfactory is an amazing game. I'm super hooked myself. Fun fact here, if you didn't know it. This one we missed up too. Maybe you don't. Maybe you already know. Instead of holding the craft button, I just tap spacebar once, and it does it. This is another one of those like early tricks that people miss. We have hit the limit of this part of the starter factory. No need to keep that sink online. I think screws are still going to make for a bit just to the backlog. But also this. We're out of rods. Cool. Which also means we're probably out of these plates coming this way. So we disconnected that iron a minute ago. And we can disconnect another sink. You're amazed when you found that out? Yeah, no, it's one of those first things we complain about. It wasn't always in the game. You had to hold the button, and many of us would like take our phone and we put it in the spacebar and we'd walk away. And so it was kind of this thing that was secretly patched in. I just became this like, you know, top 10 tips you didn't know. Tap it once. Whew, all right. So, where are we at here? We are getting ready to add screws. We need 11.5 screws, which is to say 6 and 5.5. Well, we're gonna have enough, and let's get the output going. These mergers. Oh no, actually, we might not have space. I need more than one row of mergers here. Yeah. Okay. Let's test. Let's really crunch this in. So we need a merger. That's gonna go. Like we could put it that close, but I do want it to be green. And then we're gonna need splitters that come from there. Hey, Delu, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you. Glad to have you both here and to Satisfactory. You're in for such a treat. I knew as soon as I started this playthrough at Satisfactory I was going to lose a month. That's kind of tight. It's kind of tight. We could do it. And we only really have to connect it right there. Because the idea is, like, I want to fit this before the ramp. And that'll be here. Water check. Well, there, sir. I've got a, we'll call it Pepsi 7-Up. There's water in this. It's the Starry Lemon Lime. Little new. Appreciate it. I was feeling parched. So far, it seems like the absolute perfect game for our megalomaniac, efficiency-loving self. Oh, man. For sure. Absolutely. If you love tuning things, specifically, wait till you get to the, like, oh, no, I've got Mark II miners, and now all my factories could be twice as effective. Gotta stay hydrated, my man. Gotta stay hydrated. There was actually a moment earlier today where I was focused so hard on adding conveyor belts and power poles and doing it swiftly. Like I just completely, like I'm parched tonight. I've got to like pee and I'm so uncomfortable. Why don't I just like reach back and stretch? I was way too focused on getting everything lined up. Okay, so that'll work. This is a solution. We've got enough room here to feed it in. So, let's get the mergers going then. Mergers are going to be heading that way. I erased a little bit of math. I'm going to have to redo on my whiteboard. Let's make them all Mark IIs. It's right over here. Over there. Okay. That is 210 iron rods per minute. So, real quick. We do have the 14 rods in position. We need 11.5 screws worth into the screw machine, if you will. And we can kind of saturate this. That's going to be 115 screws worth. The rest of the 210 goes up straight to the assembler. So that is, just 210 minus 115, 95. So 95 rods going straight up. Thank you. Quite proud of my second camera here. I started doing whiteboarding off not on the camera, and I'm talking to myself, and I'm taking my own notes, and I just had to get this set up. So I'm glad you like it. Okay, so we have our machine split up into 7 and 7, 210 rods a piece. No, 105, and that's kind of the problem. Is right now what we have here is only 105 rods per minute. I need to give it 10 more rods, and this is producing 15. What we can do, we got this space. Oh, I'm so glad we saved that space now. Do we want to splitter this? I think we splitter this. We just need to feed it. You know what? No, we're going to manifold it. We're just going to manifold it. All we got to do... What is all we got to do? We send it this way. Right, and this will be 5 more than it needs. That's 120. It needs 115. And then it'll feed all the way through, and we'll send it all the way back, and that 5 will eventually make its way out and be recombined right here with the rest of the screws we need. Okay. And maybe not right there, because it is going to be 12 constructors. Let's get the 12 constructors down. Oh, no, let's get these down. This is going to be the tighter problem. The splitter comes from the left. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I think before we do this, we need to start merging here. So let's do that. Let's get this completely moved to the left. We were playing this tight because we wanted to play with the terrain and kind of go with the natural flow, but because of that, we're about 1 square shorter than I normally like to be. Alright, so that's going that way, which means, again, 5 needs to make it back, but we can send this Mark II belts. We'll send it out to get it out of the way. And then whenever these 11.5 constructors end is where we'll merge them back onto the line. And that's where these are coming in. So what are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And these are splitters still coming from that direction. 9, 10, 11, and 12. They're going to splitter until they're going to merger and head that direction. That's going to be that leftover 5th rod. This means you also come out this direction. And let's put that there so we remember. Rods. Alright, let's go ahead and make sure these are all 2s and work our way back. And we'll get the constructors in for the rest of the screws. This is our most intricate factory so far this run. It is producing the most stuff. It's 20 rotors per minute once we get it going. But immediately after this, we've got heavy modular frames, which requires reinforced plates. So the next tier of difficulty. So we'll have to map that out later. But we do have just enough iron in the local area to pull that in and get 10 modular frames per minute. Hey, Justin. Julia, super chill. Unfortunately, gotta go. Hey, take care. Hope to see you again. Neo from Zian. Hey there. Welcome to the channel. Justin, love you too. Goodbye. Alright. Back to the grind. That is how we slam down our constructors. Like jumping around holding control and shift and WASD. Years of video games have prepared me for just such hopping moments. And the last one, that should be 12. We do need to get power to him, so we'll start that. Start with a power pole there. And then play the lines. Welcome. I'm not leaving, I just invited him. What else am I going to listen to while I pretend to work? Oh, it's still work hours for you? Thought you'd be off work by now. I'm so glad I could help enlighten your workday. Oh, you're bad. This one's bad. Was this one bad? Why is it that this... I mean, it's clipping more than anything else is, and it might just be the difference between a merger and not a merger. No idea. All right. Power. We're doing power. Let's do one thing at a time. We'll focus on the rest so we don't lose track of where we're at. There's a lot of things that could go wrong with this build. We're going to the left with the power? No, we're going to the right with the power. See, losing focus. That actually was a fine connection, but there. Now we jump to the right with the power. There it is. Now we can get the rhythm. Well, of course, more than anything, Justin, I appreciate you hanging out, man. Good to have you here. All right, belts. Mark II going in. They're going the correct directions, right? I know there's going to be something funky about this whole thing. I'm going to have to untangle in just a minute. Okay, screws now. Copy. We can probably do this easier on the other side. Paste, TID, screws. Now, the other thing we had talked about is this was only going to be good for 4 machines per belt because they're producing so many. But everything's kind of getting the workout. Gonna need to set this wall up a bit over here. And really, it is just 5 assemblers left. which have their own little difficulties to them, but not the end of the world. We got, I think, plenty of room there. We could probably take out some leaves, take out a tree. Add a couple more layers, and then throw down these assemblers, and then we'll worry about how they connect. So, 5 assemblers, of which, you know, maybe I brought enough stuff for. Maybe I didn't. This is going to come up this direction, so I want to give it a little bit of room to sort itself out. Right there. 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 And we can't afford the last one, so let's do that. Let's find out how to afford the last one. Three rotors. And of course, this one runs at 60%, but 4.6 divided by 5, 92%. We want them all running at 92%, and we want them to be rotors. 92. Copy. Pasted. 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 If you didn't know this, one of the best ways to conserve power currently in the current build is to run things underclocked and add more of them. 6 things at 50% is more power efficient than 3 things at 100%. Not something I often do. I'm not that concerned with power, although maybe I should be. Let's go take a look. We are about 2/3, a little more than 2/3 of our power consumption right now. All right, so we're gonna need to splitter this in this direction. Let's give it the middle, full on middle. I actually don't think I can do it otherwise. Here, let's keep the directions. We'll do the top one last. When I can automate this a bit, that'll feel good. Not there, not that close. Alright, so now we're coming from the other direction with the excess rods. And we can delete all of those. Go in that direction, coming from above. That direction and coming from above. And now, so this part, I think, yeah, definitely, like, I would never build an assembler. I would always build an assembler blueprint once we get there. Like, these are some of the simple blueprints I think I have to set up when the time comes. Especially when you get to the manufacturer and it's like 4 materials at once. That's gonna be I mean, we'll get blueprints, I think, before we're dealing with manufacturers. I hope. So, now the outputs. How do we do this? Fuck, these are splitters, not mergers. We've got 5 machines. I've got 12. So I've got 5 machines. I'm gonna have 4 belts. 5 machines, 4 belts. We can consume. Let's see if I put 1 per. All right, I just run it into the like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm then gonna have an additional belt to feed into it that it needs to be fed into it. I mean, each of these needs 100, but they don't need 120. With this layout, how do I do that? Because there's no such thing as like a merger splitter. So if I feed it in here, it'll be 120 going in, and it only turns like... This merger only takes one line in. Or sorry, 3 lines in, and goes in one direction. So that's a method. That's probably the only method. Each of these bottom... We're going to do it at the bottom, because that's the easiest way. These are currently splitters. And for all the use they are, normally, I'm only taking in... Actually, I can't do that because I need one line. Is there a way to break up... how much water do you drink when you get a water check? I take a good somewhere between a sip and a gulp. If you were going to spend all of your points on water checks right now, that wouldn't force me to drink 4 or 5 entire cans. Legally. I might even have a limit on how often they can be done. But if I didn't, you know, a little trick like that would cause me to. You're a lawyer. If you drink 6 liters in 3 hours, you could die. Yeah, water overhydration is a problem. It's one of those things I was taught about at a young age. It's a big military problem, or it was. How many screws, iron rods, we get? 20? So this whole thing is fine. 20 times 5. Like, we can start feeding, you know, these iron rods in. Also, I don't even know if I made this Mark II. That section back there, but how close do we get before we just suddenly take that like 1 square away? If we go like to here, is that a good? That feels like a natural slope. All right, so we're feeding half of it. Now we just gotta think through the rest of the problem. So, 4 belts, 5 machines. There's no way to overflow belts individually. I guess you could. That's fair. We go back to the splitters. So let's say we take in from Alright, let's check this out. You're at 6.7k. Your days are numbered. If you drink 2 ounces per water check, you only need to do it 102 times in 3 hours, which is 20,000 shot points. He has it. He has the method to murder me. Alright, maybe we can think this problem out. Feeling great right now. Alright, let's see. Mergers take in 1. No, they take in 3. Mergers take in 3. And output 1. Splitters take in 1. And output 3. What we need to do is take 4 belts, 4 of these, and send 80% of each of them into a machine, and then send the remaining 20% into a fifth machine, which you would normally accomplish with a manifold. But what we're dealing with here are four completely full belts of 120. And I don't have faster belts. The easy way is to just throw them into 4 machines and forget it. Just don't even worry about it. Now each of these machines behind me, each of the screws, is producing 40 at a time. So I couldn't even make a 5th belt cleanly back behind me. Because 40 and 40, and then I guess half a belt. Could we do that behind us? Could we have 40 come out, 40 come out, and then split 20 into a belt? Let's do it. Let's try that. Feeling great. Did you just get a second camera for the whiteboard, just in case you forget how many outputs a splitter has? No, we got this was actually my original camera. This thing here is the one that I was using before I got the new camera. That's over there. And really, I had 2 cameras the whole time. I had like another old 1080 Logitech. So I guess I could have done this earlier without the new camera, but thank you. I'm a big fan. I started using the whiteboard to take notes on the side and realized that I really had to make it a thing. So, alright. Merger. Right, this is great. We want a merger. In fact, we can even minimize the amount of let's minimize the amount of mergers and splitters here, so we don't lose track. And then this is a splitter. That'll take half that way and half into a merger. And this is a merger. Going that way. So now it's 40, 40. And 20. So it takes 5 of these. And now we have exactly the amount we need. That's 100 right there. It even lines up. That was sick. That's not going to continue to line up, is it? Now, splitter, split half, coming out. This machine, not connected or broken. Make everything Mark IIs. Well, honestly, it goes over there, but let's, can we make this look good? Can we do 90-degree turns on everything? There we go. And so we have successfully turned what is 200 into 2 100s. We just now have to do that again with 5. And that'll leave us without a number, because there's 2 left down there. There's 14 of these, right? There's 14 machines. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, no, 12. Which leaves us with 2 extra. But this 5th machine has been depowered. It only needs 92 screws per minute. Oh no, here's what we did wrong. That's what we're gonna fix it. We're not gonna underclock them all the same rate. We're just gonna underclock the last one. So these are gonna get all their full 100 screws. Bam. Alright, that's sick. So then this one is actually 60% speed. 2.4. Needs 60 screws per minute. which we'll get from the last two. Because this one is going to produce 40 screws per minute, and this one, 20. Although, to be fair, we could save some power by doing 30 and 30. Alright, we're on a roll. So, we set up a merger here. We set up a splitter here. And another merger here. We run Mark IIs. Do you think I'd abuse mod if you modded me? I don't know. Would you? Problem is, I made too many of my friends mods, and I just have too many mods. That's the real problem. You might be my trolliest friend. Yeah, of course. Yeah, there it is. Of course you would. Oh, the splitter doesn't split. This is the wrong one. Because I wouldn't mind coming up here and turning this way. Keep it cleaner. Is that straight? Yeah. You know, not in a terrible way, but that's your thing. That's what you do. I mean, we're just getting wild with this. I feel like we're just getting wild with this. Doing all this turning. I feel like the answer is probably something like, if I got rid of that and put like a conveyor here. If I was trying to keep this clean, because we've got the idea now. We've solved the problem. Now we just keep it from looking like a monstrosity. You know, like this thing is currently doing. This goes up straight. That's awesome. This one doesn't. 8 and Mark II. Alright, so we just like put it in front of it. And which way is what? That's the output. There we go. Then we have to like do the same thing over here. And so it's just gonna get, I think, messier than it's worth doing it that way. It's getting messier than just the spaghetti that the rest of it's causing. The real answer is spreading these the hell out. So that's you know what, that's what we're gonna do. Instead of making this messy, let's just spread these things out. We're gonna have to rebuild them. Oh no. So like this one, yeah, let's just line them up, spread them out. Too easy. I worry sometimes when I'm deleting in mass, I'm gonna hit something way in the back. All right, so now we just gotta, you know, build them where they line up with our new screw solution. Which is to say, you know, the right input lined up with this. Kind of like that. And then this one, it takes a few, right? It's a gap. Is that the... like there. And then this one, right behind me. Right there. And I guess this one doesn't matter nearly as much, but it's going to be those two, let's say, Right there. Alright, now that feels like it's going to be a little better. Now we just got to redo all this crazy belt work here. Let's connect these first. This is just going to be rotors. I mean, you've got rotors, right? Yeah. All right, this is going to be... rotors. This is mergers, because this is the last two. Are you even? Yeah, you're doing screws. You're doing screws. You're not getting rods, which, you know, is a problem on its own. But I feel like I've screwed something up for that to be true. That is a splitter. Oh wow, I don't know what's happening there. They actually connected weirdly. That's all that happened. Wow. There we go. Let's follow them down. That's what happens when these are so close. I couldn't even tell they were turning. That was a perfect 90 degree. A little bit of blur there, I noticed. That's fun. Not happening anywhere else? Any weird 90 degree turns? Okay, cool. Plus additional screws. Cool. Alright, next thing I'm gonna do is line up splitters. We'll do the bottom level. Oh wow, that's not connecting on the control, so now we come this way. Deleted. This factory's been a minute. This isn't even as wild as it gets. Except, you know, I can remember to Mark II things. In fact, let's make Mark II the default now. So we go to logistics and hit 3. Now everything's Mark II. In fact, this needs to be Mark II. Alright, actually all of this has to be Mark II, because we need this to be this is 100 per. It's wild that I let it get that far. Alright. I'm just going to make sure we're making rotors on each one of these. The last one will make less. 60% rotors. And that also will make sure that the... I mean, if we didn't set it, it would only eventually get there. But this way, it won't consume more iron rods than it needs. Alright, there we go. All these machines are green. This one's yellow. It's waiting on screws, which how's this work again? This is what I missed. Okay. So, problem here is we're not getting rods. Like at all, or just very slowly. So let's count up how many rods this is. So if I take a look, at 11.5, I do 115 rods. The place where we stop sending rods that way is here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rod factories. 8 times 15 is 120. Which means we should support 12 full, and they're not full. So is this just a matter of these all needing to fill up? Is this a matter of a bad belt way back here, slowing the throughput of everything? Let's check them all. There we go. This is the kind of doctoring, you know, you screw up one little thing along the way. We've got to take the tier 1 belts off the hotkey. And we just got to make sure everything leading up to here is tier 2. That definitely is going to be the reason. Throughput there is very important. Good. Alright. So now all the rods are getting through, and we should start seeing a little more. It'll take a minute to happen, but a little more screws coming through. Now, we can come doctor this up later. We can check on it later, but let's finish factory. Oh, we got a bunch of extra room we ended up not needing. That's nice. We can leave, say, this much space for, you know, if we decide to add walkways or the like. We can cut that off. Let's give ourselves some de-shrubbery, unshrubbing. And when we come make this a giant box at some point, it'll look kind of nice if we leave some of this, you know, shape into the character. So, mergers. We're gonna make 20 per, right? Like this is the easy part. No belt work, nothing crazy. We could even put Mark 1s on this if we were feeling it. Give it a couple hours, and these will be, you know, full. We'll have more of these when we have reinforced iron plates, because we are not making that many reinforced iron plates right now. Mark II miners, or another 120. We need another 120 iron to double our reinforced iron plates, and we're just not doing that. So, how do we cleanly get it over there? I want to say the best way is not dragging this block all the way over, because this isn't on the world block. This isn't there. That's that sucks a little bit. We could take it back down this way. That's a little cleaner. Like, let's say, oh, we're out of reinforced iron plates. Did we just barely? It's just exact number ran out. All right, let's go and get more reinforced iron plates. Yeah. Gotta love the blade legs. Once we finally got those, I feel like we're finally moving. We don't need to take all of those, but let's take a lot. In fact, how many did we take? Let's take some more. That might be something. We don't need more. We just need to leave the game running AFK. That's it. That's how we solve that problem. By the way, down here? Good. You're a power sink and you don't need to be. We'll clean all you. We're gonna clean all you up. This whole area. All right. So if we bring it down and we bring it around and we give it like we can connect it back there or over here. Let's get up. Let's get up there and do some analysis of our routes. Of course, we got to walk the long way because we didn't leave ourselves a set of stairs over there. Pretty big factory, though. I think like bringing it here is fine, and we could even neatly kind of tuck it down. Sending it way over there and around gives us something to work with. We are a little lighter on this side, so I think rotors staying over here is fine. But we want to bring the world grid to me rather than using this unlined up. I can't believe I let this go without the world grid. So we'll just come over here. We'll pick a spot, and we'll create a line. I think we need to get up. Almost made it. Almost. It's such a high jump. Ha ha. I think it's just about everything disconnected from the beginner factory, too. Okay. So if we go right after this, right after that fog cloud, we can dismantle a couple things. Give ourselves, you know, a down. Don't even need to go that low, I don't think. These are going to be all machines we're deleting. So I don't feel so bad. I don't want to go into the mine, though. So is there a clean way to connect these? Not entirely. Looks like some smaller ramps would help. Some curves and things we're not so great at doing. But that's not the worst thing I've seen. We can fix that with some structures later. Which means I kind of want to get it like right here. I mean, I kind of want to take this and go vertical with it. I want to bring it to right there. 8. One thing I keep... No, not that one. I keep needing is this like a little bit of a guide right there. We'll put this down. You know, we know it's going to come out there, but where's it going to be accepted? And one passed where it disappears in the ceiling is super helpful. Probably also super helpful is I'm going to put stairs here. Or at least the architecture catwalk. Sir, could you not knock me down? Oh. I guess if we don't want to fall down, we should just... There we go. Catwalk it is. Sometimes just getting this to link to the right level. I guess that's fine. Catwalked. Alright. 90-degree turns. I have some ideas that might help me get rid of this ramp. But it just required me to drop a conveyor a little deeper than we just did. So let's see. Not that this ramp's a terrible idea. We still want to be able to get up. We can just do it like over here while we sort out this area. If we make that the direction. Now I've got this ramp here. Which we can conveyor lift all over again, making sure it's Mark II. I wonder if I raise it up, I can rotate this end. Probably not ideal for that end, so let's make it against this wall as a guidepost. Yeah, you can see because of this floor. Does that give us what we want? It does. I think it's even snapping to that point over there. Alright, let's get up and say hello, then we'll destroy this. Hey, there we go. So if we were to make sure that was Mark II, we'll go a little faster. I don't know what's Mark II and what's not up here. Did we Mark II everything? Good. We don't have a Mark II belt on the board, so let's make the same thing with the conveyor lifter. Cool. I can even do that. Doesn't even bother me. Hide things behind tiles. Alright. Where are we going? Down here. Which is, you know, just go ahead and kill this. One thing we know we're doing is attaching it to that. Which is to say, let's get rid of this. Let's now go down from this position. Give ourselves a platform here to head out. And now we can pre-prep the conveyor. We know we want it on the left side coming in. I think we're just about done tucking it in. Let's go. Some good progress today. I think the best way to line this up initially, maybe not the whole way, we'll use my wall. Alright, we can send you out. And now we just keep you straight. It's like 2 jumps, and then I'm back. many is that? Is that 6? Did we do 6 here? Yeah, let's stagger it a bit. Oh, nothing I hate more than getting stuck in between these layers. And once we close this off, none of that. Once we like roof this and decorate it, you know, this little craziness in here ain't gonna matter that much. Interesting that we're, I guess not that interesting. We are kind of, I bet we're setting all this up and over, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Cool, cool, cool. This is gonna be one of the first things we need to upgrade, belt-wise. Is all this stuff. This is fun and it works and it's great. You can see we're all running this at full Mark II. Full Mark II. But we need to get into steel production, get logistics 3, and that'll really up our dunking of items. 12 coupons. 12 coupons. Yeah, completely saturated on all the iron products and all the copper products. We've just been playing so long, even at the slow amounts we're getting them. Ah! We're feeding them in. Copper wire won't be too far behind either, will it? We have so much of that coming through. Let's watch the old rotors come in. Well, hey there, friends. Fancy seeing you here. Oh. You need to be Mark II belts. What are you doing? There you go. See, that's why we check. That's why you always gotta check shit. And this is Mark II. The whole backside is Mark II. This is a little Mark I. There we go. 20 per minute. We don't really need the whole thing to be Mark II because it can't be produced any faster without draining the rest of the resources in the grassy plains. But, ladies and gentlemen, rotors. Let's review what we've done today alone. We started off the day with these 4 boxes: iron plates, iron rods, screws, and reinforced iron plates. First thing we did was we got the quick wire. We got the caterium done. And then we did all that tangled stuff you saw at the top. All the smart splitters that are currently taking the overflow and sending it down to the awesome sinks, in which we've got 2 going now. As you can see, we're simply bottlenecking how fast we can dunk things. We could theoretically rearrange this, you know, putting a whole nother row of smart splitters down here and doing the same thing. But I think I'm happy for now. Totally happy for now. And then, when we were done that, we came over here and we actually did all of this today. We redid all of our copper cable, plates, and wire. We found a better source of, excuse my words, limestone. We Mark II'd that belt for sure. We didn't sit on that by mistake. Look at all these mistakes we make. Let's just Mark II this whole area. I don't even think we bring it in more than 60, so it doesn't actually matter if we Mark II any of this. Let's see, what else did we do? Then we went across the world. Not even across the world, a good portion across the map. We went up here, and we created a silicone and quartz factory. So we're gonna go silicone and quartz. I could type. I swear I could type factory. Hey, water check, Neo. Oh, there's water in this. Diet soda. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Justin, hello there. There's water in this. Aha. Apply that. So we've got our factory up there. We made a silicone quartz, and we brought it all the way down and back. We're gonna have to go clean up that crater. That's gonna bother me. There's a couple crates we're gonna have to clean up. What else did we do? The Caterium. We can remove that marker because we've got the. Oh, we need to. We'll put the factory down there for that. Caterium. That's just quick wire factory. Quick wire factory over here. Again, do a little factory icon. We make this one yellow. Let me apply that. So we got a wire factory, a sheets factory, and a cable factory. All shades of yellow and orange. We need to get other other colors out here. So yep, silicone quartz, and you just watched us finish up the last product today, and the rotors, and they're gonna come in at a clip, at a small clip. I think for the most part things are coming in at 60. This quartz is coming in at like 55. Which, you know, once we get signs, we can label those. I wouldn't mind having a label for how fast we've made things. We're gonna have to remember that until we do. Ooh, in fact, while we're talking about it, we can do that. We have quartz unlocked. We could do signs, and well, we could do signs. Is it here? Quartz. All right, I think it's over. Well, let's get tickets. If anything's a candidate for a walkway, it's this area. God damn it. Oh no, fell again. Ah, alright. So, let's get our tickets. The one thing I like to keep note of is how fast we're producing everything in this factory. So, we can do signs now. This is billboards. Don't need those. Small signs, big signs, they're both great. Let's add them both in. Adding lighting, that's gonna come pretty soon. Looks like we need steel production to get that going. I don't think there was a lot more I was really looking to grab at the moment. We're gonna go all the windows for sure. Okay, let's add that to cart. And that's probably 13. Cool, 13. Alright, let's go put our sign down. Alright, I'm working on my project, and it looks like I'm gonna have to make a 160 pressure conversion cube. Oh no. Oh. Yeah, a minute, of course. I actually really enjoy how everything's broken down cleanly into minutes here. That's one of my favorite parts of Satisfactory. This is literally sign real estate. Let's go. All right, so signs. I love them. I want to organization. Yeah, there they go. 2 meters by 1 meter, 2 by 3. I think we ended up doing. Is it 2 by 1? I've done this before. I don't want portrait. We picked the little label ones, didn't we? Which is there a rotate? That's weird. Yeah, you're in danger. That's that is super far in the end. I don't think I've ever made it to pressure conversion cube. That sounds a little foreign to me. We need the quartz. We need to have quartz on us. Middle mouse for rotate. Thank you. I've done this before on an earlier. There it is. Okay. On an earlier factory. I think this is probably the size I want, though. So essentially for each product, so we say cable. And then we put the text in to say 60 per minute. That's it, right? Now, I don't know if I need that big of a sign, so let's try 2-meter sign. Right above it, and we'll just copy the setting. I think we can copy setting, can't we? If I copy and paste. No, they are different, but that is the right size. So I want that. So we are going to... So eventually there's going to be a lot of labels. I'll need to like fit them in the middle. In fact, probably looks better if I do that now. Let's try. Ooh, it's like flashing in there, but it's like it doesn't want to go. It's just snapping. Got it. There we go. Get in there. Get in there. Come on now. Perfect. All right. So, cable. Select image. 60 per minute. We have sheets and wire. Each of those we did manage to get to 60 per minute. There we go. All right. After that, it's 60. We did get 60 per minute there, and we said 60 silica. So it's concrete, silica, and quartz. And quartz is 55. Concrete. Let's go ahead and actually just copy settings there, and then just we could totally paste. Oh man, it hates it. All right, silica. We can't paste that though. And quartz, which was, I want to say it was 55 exactly, but we're gonna need to. Good enough for government work. There we go. All right, and after that, and this is where, yeah, keeping the things memorized becomes a little harder. So this was 20 per minute. Why? And this is kind of why we're writing it down, because we could say for the most part everything's, 60 per minute, except for reinforced iron plates, which is something we've got. Nothing, nothing on. So we can just kind of delete those. I don't want to delete them because it was kind of hard to put up. Anyway, it was easy to remember when there's only one item that wasn't 60. Now that is now no longer the case. That is the whole point of all the things I'm saying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, so first up is, we went from bottom, top, right. Plates, rods, and screws. Plates, rods, And screws. Even screws we brought in at 60. After that was reinforced iron plates at 10 and quick wire at 60. Or is it quick wire at 120? I think it's supposed to be 120. We're gonna check. Reinforced iron plates. And quick wire at 120. We're gonna say 120, and I'm gonna trace back the Mark II all the way back. Now we just wanna delete text. We can leave the image. We can leave the colors. We're not that fancy. Let's run down our quick wire. So, the Mark II belts. Alright, are they all the way? Do they go all the way? They do. But, do they really go all the way? Because this has the look of something that's 60. Just not here, because they're not close enough here. Like, there's a 60 belt somewhere that's holding it all back. Is it this? No, it's Mark II. That might just be 60. I might have just done it for 60. But that's why we're kind of writing things down. It literally could just be 160 belt in here. So this has been still been 120 the whole way. Right there. Found the culprit. Because 4 of these, 60 per minute. Like we're actually making 240, and we just can't take it out. And now we have doubled the rate in which we're going to receive these in base, which, you know, just means they're going to get dunked a little quicker, I guess is what it comes down to. If we were being, you know, real efficient right now, we just put a sink over here. I just take extra quick wire. Like if they're producing at 60, I don't even need this doing anything. We just go bam. Oh, did we power down some? No way the power's off. Okay, no, we're fine. Still producing 900. Still only consuming about a little more than 2/3 of that. And now while we're at it, we're just going to dunk 120 quick wire per minute. So we were producing, of course, 4 times more than we were consuming. And even this, we're not really consuming. I've never seen anyone use using those walls like that. Kind of interesting. Oh, the conveyor walls. Oh yeah, they're big for me keeping things straight and lined up. Easier when I have well, can I get out? When I have this many conveyor belts going. We stagger them because if we don't, we kind of get stuck behind them, especially before we get the blade legs. And once I get to, you know, kind of decorating, which is, you know, putting walls and glass and, you know, windows on everything, you know, it looks nice, I think, with like a glass ceiling looking down on it. So I got to remember that I'm kind of zoomed in and I see everything at this micro scale, but ideally, there's gonna be a train station up there somewhere, right? And it's gonna be running around the map. That being said, this lookout tower not nearly big enough to really get a look at stuff. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Here we are. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that about wraps it up for me. We're going about 90 minutes over my normal close time. I stream Monday through Friday, noon Eastern to about 5 p.m. And that's 9 a.m. Pacific to about, 90 minutes ago. So if you're ever around and you want to hang out, come say hi. We've been doing more and more factory games. They're really a genre I can get lost in. I figure we're going to play Satisfactory. I mean, likely until August. This game is long. It takes a long time. I could see myself playing this for months. And then August, Factorio 2.0 comes out. We're going to go fresh into that. And I'm a moderate Satisfactory player. I'm a much worse Factorio player. So going into that without guides and blueprints, probably for the first time. I heavily beat most of my Factorio runs with guides and blueprints from other people. Going into that with space exploration, we're going to check that out. And then we should be able to cycle back around to Satisfactory just in time for 1.0. I'm guessing it's coming out at the end of the year. But we'll see. 1.0 will drag me back. Whenever 1.0 launches Satisfactory, whatever we're doing, we're dropping it, and we're going to be back here. So, I'd like to thank everybody for hanging out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Outro. Oh, before I do that, do I got a buddy streaming? Do I have a buddy streaming? I don't think so. I think it's too early. Yeah, all right. Have a good night, y'all.